We're live. Fantastic. So good afternoon, folks, or good morning, or good night. Yeah, how's it going? Today I would like to try something called Code Crafters. So that is, can I get to just the homepage? Boom, this thing. So it's some website where you can learn programming stuff, and rather than just like learning like programming concepts in the abstract, like you do it by implementing things like Redis, which I thought was really cool, and it caught my eye because I discovered that they had implemented. How do I do it? How do I get it? Log in. Okay. No. Yes. Log in. They had implemented. Can you see the languages? Where is it? Gleam. Which was awesome. That was really cool. And then I spoke to them, and they gave me a referral link. So if you want to try it, you can sign up with my link and give me money. But anyway, I thought it'd be fun. The only one they've got for Gleam at the moment is Redis, which is cool. Redis is really cool, but I'm really interested in where is it? SQLite. I really like the idea of having like a pure Gleam SQLite. I think that some of your Pokeballs are see-through. Oh yeah, they are. Which one is that? Is that the Safari Ball? But yeah, I really love the idea of having. So I use SQLite for a bunch of things, and it's really annoying having to compile that whole that like C programs have the NIF. I'd really like to have it so it like I've got like an SQLite minus that just does like a few things, and it's written in Gleam, and then we can just put it in any Gleam program, and then you just got this like embedded Gleam database. I think it'd be really fun. I'm not actually sure if SQLite is a good format for that because it's quite complicated, but it would be cool. And if nothing else, I'd learn how the SQLite format works, which I think would be like really, really cool. So yeah, we're gonna do Redis because that's the one we've got. Where's my gloves? Cool, let's go. How do I sound, by the way? Let me know if I've got my audio settings wrong or anything. Petition to call SQL squeal, as it should be. What about squirrel? I quite like squirrel. Hi from Poland, hello! The only way to solve the dispute between SQL and SQL people is to call it squeal to upset everybody. Woke up and chose violence, eh? I agree, Emily. Squirrel would be a cute name for a database engine. I quite want to make a like something database related called Sequin. I think that'd be a cute name. Anyway, Redis. Oh look, it's free. Fantastic. I like free things. Using dbeaver to manage your squirrel database. I'm a firm believer that all technology should have a cute name, or preferably a pun. Very good. So how do we start? Click start, I suppose. Welcome to the Redis challenge. Redis is lots of things. We're going to build Redis server. And can read RDB files. Okay. I'm not sure what an RDB file is. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I was saying earlier about how it'd be nice to have It'd be nice to implement an embedded database in pure Gleam that you could then fit into everything. You know, for applications where having a whole database, like a full fancy database, might be a bit much, and using an embedded one might be nice, but having a C dependency is impractical. Or maybe Redis could be that. Maybe Gledis. No, that name's rubbish. Yeah, maybe this is what we should do. Hello world, welcome the Git coder. Bro's got programming gloves on. I do. Gleam in database, yeah. What would we call a Gleam Redis clone? Like, we need a suitable, silly name. Although, what's the new Redis fork called? Valky? Yeah, this thing. I'm not sure what a Valky is. Is that like a word? We're calling it Valky because it's a twist on key value. Oh, okay. That's cute. Gledis is already a thing. Oops, I'm printing things. I didn't mean to do that. Valky. Radish, okay, but then there's also Redis. Oh no, I think I hid it because it was broken. But there's a package on Hex called Gledis that claims to be a Redis client, but it just doesn't work. Glalkly. These names are all terrible, and I'm totally here for it. Really nice. Anyway, so we can serve basic commands, reading that persistence file format, and we're going to do it by implementing a TCP protocol. Cool. And I want to use, where's Gleam? Gleam. Yeah. I mean, Go would be fun. Gleam. How experienced am I with Gleam? Gleamster would be a good name, but I don't know what it'd be suitable for. Yeah, I agree. I've never tried Gleam. Oh, that's so nice. Look at them. They're like, you should okay, that's so cool. What happens if I pick a different one? If you're just starting learning to use Gleam, CodeCraft is a good way to learn. We recommend using our code examples feature. Nice. Okay, so these three, they all just say look at the examples, but this one is like, hey, go to this other site where you can learn. I wonder what it sends you, like, is it just Exism? Yeah, okay, so they don't take you directly to the Gleam track, but that's really nice. I didn't notice that. I had a little look last week, but I guess I didn't do it closely enough. That's really nice. How often do I intend to practice? Oof, a few times a week, I suppose. You've done over 50% of Exism exercises in Gleam. Gleamus. I don't want any accountability. Okay, so okay, clone a repo. Oh, they've still got the main branch listed as master. Oh dear, I thought we've all stopped doing that now. So we should push an empty commit, apparently. Okay, I'll do that in the other window. Excuse me. Oh, it's doing things. Let me switch over so you can see it. I like the ASCII art. I think my favorite. So did that work? I think my favorite library name is called. I told you it was private, and it is a Redis program that if you try and work around the fact that so Ruby's really quite something. Like things like constant and private, they're more suggestions than anything else, and you can work around them. So yeah, someone made a package called I told you it was private, and if you work around the privacy protection thing, it uses metaprogramming to identify the caller, identify what file the caller is defined in, and then it deletes that file for you. Ruby's an interesting language. Okay, so I think that says it failed. Oh, confetti. This is really cute. I like this website so far. There's loads of little nice touches on this. Okay, so okay. Okay, cool. So, knocking my microphone. Implement a TCP server. Okay. Okay, that sounds fine. Since the first stage, we've included some commented out code to help you get started. Just uncomment it and submit your changes. Okay. Okay, let's find that then. Hello from Argentina. Hello back, Argentina. And hey, Daniel. I'm not sure if I said hello to you earlier. Over in YouTube chat. So what have we got here? Nice. Don't edit this. Okay. I won't. I don't need to print anything, do I? Cool, so this is using Glisten, which is the really wonderful TCP acceptor pool library, which Alex wrote for his for Mist, which is his HTTP server. It's really good. Yeah, that should do the trick. So what do I do? Do I just like commit and push this? Nice. Test passed. Hey, more confetti. I love the confetti. I've just earned the Tesla badge. What does that mean? Gosh, they put so much work into the just like the feel of this. It's really nice. Because I read through some of the content previously and looked at some examples, but I didn't actually try any of it. I wanted to make sure it looked like it was actually content worth going through on stream first, or before I said yeah, I'll have the referral link. I wanted to make sure you would actually learn something from it, so I just looked at the content, but I didn't actually try the user experience. So this is really cool. Much better than I thought it was going to be. Daily, I'm moving into Gleam. Very, very much thank you for this awesome language. I'm from the Ruby world, and I wanted to switch to Elixir, but wanted to escape Rubyisms, but not from Erlang. Love the syntax and the types. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. My first professional developer jobs were in Ruby. So yeah, Similar background. I wanted to actually read the story. Okay. He's some guy who worked by himself. Nice, nice. I hope they get Turing in it. Turing's birthplace is just around the corner from me. Wait, I've already done this. How do I go to the next bit? Sleep forever is such a threatening sounding function. So I would really like to have better integration with Erlang OTP's concept of applications. So they've got this sort of boot sequence. So rather than having an entry point, you define a supervision tree. And we can sort of do that with this, like you can just start a supervisor in the main function of Gleam program, but I'd like to have something that sort of integrates a bit better so we don't have this sleep forever thing. Or maybe, you know, we could have, I don't know, I'm not sure what the API would be, but maybe we could have some magic where if your main function returns a supervision tree, we don't halt the program for you, we keep it running. Yeah? I'm not sure what the best design is yet, but the fact you have to put the main process to sleep is it's not quite right in my book. So, before attempting the stage, we recommend you familiarize yourself with the TCP protocol and how to write TCP servers in Gleam. Oh. I mean, that's quite a lot of stuff. Do they just teach you TCP in general? Oh dear. I'm not doing a pop quiz. Maybe it'd be nice to link the documentation for Glisten, the TCP acceptor pool library here. That could be handy because then then you've got this link is for this, and then you can have another link for that. But if you want that, you can just go to packages, Glisten or TCP, and then check out the documentation for Glisten, which I probably should keep open actually because I am going to use that. Okay. Sounds pretty simple. So the response to ping is Pong. And that is Pong encoded with the Redis protocol. Oh, okay. Where did you get that shirt? I got it from a charity shop at the end of my road. I get most of my clothes from the charity shop at the end of the road. I keep finding really odd things there. Although less so these days, they've got a bit serious on me, which is a bit upsetting. I like it when you find somebody obviously bought something and was like, wow, amazing, and then just never wore it ever again. I've no idea where it was originally from. It's great though, isn't it? Okay, well let's ignore the format for now and hope that we can just figure it out. It'll send a ping command, and you should get a Pong response. You can ignore the data it sends for now. Just hard-code the Pong response. Okay. You can ignore handling multiple clients, handling multiple ping commands. We'll get to that later. I think the acceptor pool library should do that for us. Yeah, I think we shouldn't need to do anything. Okay. And this is why it says don't worry about the actual data come in, because it's not going to be just the string ping. It's going to be this $1 thing. Okie dokie. Implement a solution. Okay. Let's give it a go. So we're going to need so this is init. this first one. I think this one is, I'm guessing. Oh, really? It doesn't accept any arguments. That's interesting. Okay. I'm not sure what the message is. Is it a glisten.message or something? I'm going to have to look at the docs for this. Where is handler? There we go. Ah, so it's called loop. It's a bit of a hairy looking. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Oh, no, I've already done it. I've already pressed on the wrong screen. Sorry, folks. There you go. It was only a matter of time, wasn't it? So a message of A, and then B is going to be state. So let's call it state. And we don't care about the other message. We didn't name these things, so message. There we go. And connection comes from glisten. I don't know the type message. That's because it's a glisten message. Excuse me. And I don't know the type next. That is from that's from actor, I believe. Right, cool. So now we've got a looping function that just does nothing. It just carries on, doesn't reply. So we want to do something like glisten.send onto the connection some other message. I don't remember exactly what the message was supposed to send back was. This fella. Let's call it pong. Pong. And expected bytes builder got a string. Okay. Oh. We can just crash if it fails to send. And we don't use the message yet. It's a bit weird that I have to push. I don't have any tests I can run locally, but that's probably okay, right? We can just pretend that this is a language that compiles slowly. Nice. So let's commit this as I don't know, what have we done? Reply to ping messages. Received pong, test pass, marvelous. Hey. Very good, easy, easy. In this stage, you respond to multiple ping commands sent by the same connection. Okay. Oh, okay. So they are actually telling me like how to run everything. That's okay. I'm pretty sure that should just work. Do I have the Redis CLI though? No. I presume that works. Just Redis, I suppose. I don't want to start a Redis. I don't. Okay. I'm hoping that doesn't start a service. How do you list your services in Brew? Services. Redis none. Okay, cool. Oh, what's wrong with Postgres? Huh. I'll have to come back to that later. I've got a PHP service. How exciting. I've got Node Exporter. Really? Oh, someone's at the door, folks. Sorry, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Hello? Hey, what's up? Yeah, yeah. No, sorry, I'm at work right now. Sorry? Probably not. Don't worry about it. Bye bye. Well, that was annoying. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, someone trying to sell me something. I'm not sure what. Anyway, let's crack on, shall we? So what was I doing? I was just discovering that my computer has running a bunch of things that I'd installed on a whim ages ago. And then haven't used in a year. Sir Tim, or Sir Timmy. Sir Tim? Hello, welcome. Welcome. Oh, what's my watch complaining about? It says I should stand up. I am standing up. Timmy. Excellent. Good. So what did I do here? Oh yes, so my theory is I can just git push again. Because I think that the TCP acceptable library will handle multiple connections, and for every message I receive, it should send. It should just loop around and send it again. Hello from India. Welcome, Brazen Intellect. Oh, but yes, it told me how to actually how to test this stuff. So let's make two things, and the first one it calls. Is there a bin? No. Spawn Redis server. That runs the Redis program. Oops. And then in this other one, I should be able to use the Redis command line now to, what was the command? This. Hey, that looks correct to me. So can I just push again? Oh, oh, oh. I'm not sure what I just did there. Okay. Yes. There we go. So now I can do git push. Ah, but I need to change something, otherwise it won't. So let's see if an empty commit is enough to make it past the test. Test passed. It's easy, 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 easy. Is this VS Code? If so, what theme are you using? No, I am using NeoVim, and I am using, how do I find that out? Color schema preview. I'm using Dusk Fox. I can oh. I quite like all the gosh, these are horrible. I quite like all the Fox themes. Sorry, I'm just like flashing a light bulb in everyone's eyes now. How do I go back to Dusk Fox? Do you have code completion in NeoVim? Yeah, we've got some. I'm using just the language server, so we have auto-completion of modules, and we've got some amount of auto-completion of qualified module values. And in some places we've also got, I think we have types as well. Maybe not. We did. I thought we did have types, but maybe I'm wrong. But auto completion is something that is like a very active part of development for the Gleam core team at the moment. So on to the next step. Hey, confetti! Tell my friends. What does this do? Nothing very exciting. It's not merged yet. Okay. Windows blue screen of death theme. I really, if I was using Linux, I'd probably try and make my computer look like Windows 98, just because that just makes me very happy. I love that theme. Oh yes, and I'm using LazyVim specifically. That's the distribution of NeoVim I'm using. Yeah, there's just something quite lovely about, Windows 98. Oh, isn't it nice? Where's the whole... Oh, isn't that lovely? You had this is a very big screen, I think, for 98. But you had so few pixels, and they still made the buttons absolutely massive. Why? Flask or Django? I'm not sure what you're asking. Those are the two Python frameworks, right? So I'm not sure what you mean by that. In this stage, it adds support for multiple concurrent clients. Again, I think that Glisten will already do this for you. I guess it's time for another empty commit, eh? We are way ahead of the pack here. Let's push it in a larger terminal so you can see it easier. Test passed. Test passed. Test passed. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Cool, that's easy, this programming thing, isn't it? How much of this challenge do you think we can get through just by pressing empty commit? Oh, there's examples. We can see what other people did as well. And some people are using processes and things. This is because they are not using. This person isn't using Glisten's like high level API. They're using the low level API, implementing the TCP circuit themselves. That's pretty cool. That's cool. I'm doing the easy way. Always do. I mean, I figure the point of this exercise is not about how to make an efficient, scalable, concurrent, multi-threaded TCP server, right? That's not the focus of the exercise. The focus of the exercise is implementing the Redis stuff. So let's do that. I'm curious if you have an IDE template that's available and optimized for your workflow and Gleam. I hate getting into the configuration hell of editors. My entire Gleam config, let me see if I can send you that, is, if I can remember how to open it, no. How do I go to files? Find files in, find config file, there we go. And then, is it this one? Yep. So my entire config is, when I'm importing the official NeoVim LSP config plugin, I just say use the Gleam one. You don't need to do this Mason thing false normally. This is just an artifact of the fact I'm using LazyVim. In fact, it's much simpler if you're not using LazyVim. In that case, I think it is just like require LSP config Gleam.setup. Oops, setup. I think that's the whole thing. And then after that, I just ran, do you want to save changes? Nope. After that, I just ran ts install Gleam. And then that's it. That's everything. I'm not, I used to spend a lot, years back, like, 10 years ago, I used to spend lots of time editing my NeoVim config, but these days I just pretty much have the stock LazyVim. I'm not even sure how to configure it anymore now that it's using Lua, which does sound better than Vim script, but I don't know how you use it. I've forgotten what I'm meant to do now. I've forgotten what the next exercise was. Oh, go to the next stage. Okay. Oh, I've got to implement a different command. In this stage, you'll add support for the echo command. Okay, so we need to implement a parser for the Redis protocol thing. I was hoping they'll show some examples of like what the protocol would be like, but I mean, I guess we can just kind of hack it. Redis protocol. Is this the document to read for this? What do we think, folks? Okay, so the first byte dictates what the data type is. So in this case, it says, so what have we got here? We've got a star and a 2. So I'm guessing star is array length 2. And then there is a $4, $3, hey. Okay, so $4 is so $is probably string, 4 is the length of the string. In bytes, maybe? I don't know. So we'll write $. Is a bulk string. Ooh. Not sure what that is. And simple strings and bulk. Oh, 2 different things. Okay. And arrays are a start. Okay. Okie dokie. So let's start by trying implementing the ping one, because that's the simpler one, right? Except they don't say what the ping one is here, do they? No. Okay. Can we go back? Respond to ping. Pong. Oh, so we need to make an encoder as well as a parser. Okay. Here we go. All right. Should be something like this. Start. Oh, okay. So this is. Oh, it's not just a word. It always starts with a an array. So this is the same thing, saying an array of what, or did they call it a list? Arrays. Okay, there we go. So an array of length 1 with a bulk string of length 4. Okay. So what's the difference between a string and a bulk string? Okay. Send binary strings, use block string instead. Okay, when would I want to do that? In bytes. Oh, and the idea of using a bulk string is that you can then slice the content out of the string rather than traversing it. I'm guessing. I don't know. Oh, let's just try it. Okay, so that's a string. That's an array. Let's write some decoding code. Decoding code. Actually, what is the protocol called? RESP. Redis serialization protocol. Okay. Redis. What was it? Oh gosh. Already forgetting the name of the things. RESP. And we want, so there's going to be a type. And we're going to call, what do we call this? The document? Data? Just data? Or RESP data? RESP data. And the first type we want a string. Which has some string in it. Oh, thank you, Peter. Thank you so much for subscribing. Much appreciated. Actually, maybe I should just copy out all of the other ones. Pushes. Oh. This might actually be useful. Maybe we should actually extract this into a package at some point. Although, if people start using this, if I push it as a package and people start using it, people can cheat. Oh no, terrible. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. I've got my first ever super like on YouTube. Thank you so much, Tolek. Awesome. Thank you so much. You're super kind. Folks, far too nice to me as I stumble through Redis and get a little bit confused. So we want a function called parse. We should take some binary data, bit array, and it's going to return a result of and it's going to return either RESP data or it's going to return a parser. Good. So how's this going to work? I should write some tests. That's probably the easiest way to do it. What's this program called? Redis test. Pressing all the wrong keys. Add a test framework. Oh, it's already there. Okay. This is a little irksome that you've got to run this yourself, though. So let's see if the tests will run. Oh, no, because I've actually got to make, let me, let's run the tests. Good, no tests. That's what I wanted to see. And then, oh. Redis. What do I call this? RESP? And let's say parse string ping. Parse simple string ping. And I can close these, I'm not using them. Don't need that. I've forgotten what the definition of ping is again. Let's try and find that, shall we? Oh no, we're gonna do pong, which is a simple. Okay, let's do the simple string. There we go. So that is a bit array of that, which is some binary data. And then if we import our SCP, that I'm never going to remember that, and we say parse, it should equal it should succeed, and we should get a RSPS string with the content pong. Marvelous, marvelous. Boom, and it fails because I haven't implemented that function yet. That's okay. So it says, what do the specs say? Simple strings start with a plus. So if let's go to the docs again. Simple strings. Simple strings are encoded as a plus character followed by a string. A string mustn't contain either of these and is terminated by carriage return line feed. Okay. Wicked. Wicked, wicked, wicked. I like documentation, so let's steal theirs. It'd be really nice if the language server made it such that if you wrap inside a doc comment, it automatically maintains the fact it's a doc comment rather than just making it a comment. What are these? Let me find an example. So these, and my editor's very helpfully using ligatures here, so it's a little confusing. So I'm going to go to the documentation for this. So if you go to gleam.run, hello Solistro, welcome. So if you go to try Gleam, you get taken to the language tool, which is our sort of playground / documentation of the whole language. And that feature is specifically the pipe operator. So it's a pipeline. Oh, it's a bit more colorful than last time I saw it, I think. I don't remember it looking like that. Anyway, so what it does is because we're not an object-oriented language. We don't have method calls. We've only got functions. So if you want to put some data into a function and then into another function, you end up with this sort of like quite funky looking nested code like this, where you've got to start in the middle and you've got to like work your way spiraling from the outside to seal the function calls. So with a pipe operator, whatever's on the left-hand side of the operator gets used as the first argument of what is ever on the right side of the operator. So we can rewrite this to this. What influenced Gleam's non-multi comments? Mostly a desire to not have two different ways to write comments. I've never written R, so it's not a direct influence. I've written a lot of Ruby, and I've written a lot of Elixir, and I've written a lot of Erlang. Those all only have single line comments, I believe. Oh no, Ruby does actually have a... Is that true? I think Ruby does have a multi-line comments thing, but it's very rare, I believe. I think it's something really strange, like equals end or something. I'm not sure. It's an odd thing. Oh, cool. I was about to ask if it's like method call chaining. Yes, exactly. That's what it's like. But it's a little more flexible because the function, it can be any free function. It doesn't have to be something that's specifically, a method that's specifically on the data type that you're working on. So you can, you know, if it's somebody else's class, data type, we don't have classes, but somebody else's data type, you can still use your functions with a pipeline. And you can even change the ordering a little bit. So here we can see this first append, this one would go here. In here, oops. It would go in here because it goes first by default. But you can use this underscore, which is called the function capture syntax, to put it last. What is the reason behind not making Gleam object-oriented? Because I believe that functional programming is simpler. I believe that functional programming is a subset of object-oriented programming. So you can do functional programming in every object-oriented language, providing they have lambdas. But you can't do object-oriented programming in every functional one. So by removing the amount of ways that you can express something, you end up with a simpler language overall. Redis in Gleam, real nutter this one. Oh, thank you so much, Pro Salads. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. So I can write one string append 2 and the result will be 2, 1. Yes, exactly. So you make it go last. Woohoo, my first sub. Brilliant. You're one of my first subs as well. Fantastic. The commitment to simplicity is one of my favourite things about Gleam, says Casey over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mine too. Because, you know, like, complexity in language is fun to learn about first, but I think after a while it just gets in the way. And, like, your complexity really comes from from the problem you're solving. Like, I don't want to be here dealing with the complexity, like, oh, should I make this a method, or should I use this a static method, or should I use a function, or should I use a trait, or should I... No. You're using a function. And then we can just focus on the important stuff, which is, okay, how do I pass this protocol? Speaking of which, I need some water. I realise I don't have any here. Oh no, I do. It's just here. I do. Oh. Fun stuff. Water with a tiny bit of coffee in it. Is it possible to create an object-oriented language for the Erlang ecosystem? Yes, it is. You just need to decide what representation you're going to have for that code. And if I had infinite time, I would love to make one, because I think object-oriented programming is fun. Frankly, it's fun. But I prefer functional programming for actually doing things, because I think it's simpler, it's more consistent, it's more pragmatic. But I think object-oriented programming is just more fun. That's not true. It's not more fun, but like I use functional programming all the time, and it's really fun just to go in object-oriented language and make like these really complicated things that sort of, you know, wrap up state and data, and it's just cool. And the code that you can write with object-oriented programming often looks really neat. It looks nice. It's a cool stuff. There's lots to love about OO. So I'd love to do it. I look like, and I don't know who that is, Anthony, is that my name? Anthony Griezmann? I don't know who that is. I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna search that. This person better be extremely cool. A French footballer. I think my hair is slightly longer than his. Oh no, he's got long hair here. Okay, I'll take it. I think he's definitely better at sport than I am, though. But I'm probably better at compiler programming than he is. Was there a reason behind selecting Erlang? I'm not too familiar with ecosystems. What are the other options? So I've been an Erlang and Elixir programmer for a long time, and I think the runtime is wonderful. It does a lot of things. Antoine, okay. It does a lot of things that the other ecosystems don't, because they were really ahead of the game when they made it in lots of really clever ways. So I really wanted those properties in my language, so that's where I went. Erlang and Elixir and Gleam use the actor model concurrency. No await and async, correct. Although you will end up using promises in Gleam if you are compiling to JavaScript. So if you're running it in the world of JavaScript, you use promises. If you're running in the world of Erlang, you use actors. Can Phoenix be used with Gleam? Yes, but not all of it will transfer over very well to Gleam, because a bunch of it is written with macros. And macros can only be used inside Elixir, so you can't use those. So what are we saying? So I want to make a function here, and I'm going to call it parse simple string. And it's going to return... guess that's... What should... I think this shouldn't just return RESP data. Let's return parsed, which is some data, which is a RESP data, and then any remaining input, right? Which would be a bit array. Marvelous. So if we return anything, we're going to return parse error. Yeah, we won't worry too much about making nice errors for now. We'll just return parse error, which is an error So we're going to return it in the error constructor. And let's just comment that out for now. Building Gleam Dis. Hi from Ecuador. Hello, Ecuador. The syntax of Gleam is wonderful compared to other functional programming languages. Oh, thank you so much. I'm really glad it's to your taste. I like a lot of the syntax you find in functional programming languages, but I'm a bit weird. So I'm glad you like Gleam. Every ecosystem should have gen server and supervisor pattern. Yeah, they're really good. They're very good. The problem is you can't port them over to other ecosystems very easily because you need things like error isolation and linking and monitoring, which exist in the Erlang runtime, but you can vaguely simulate them in other runtimes, but you don't get all the same properties. I mean, I like the Erlang syntax, and that's very odd. Let me try and implement the string thing first because I keep getting distracting, and then we can worry about the other stuff later. So if we see some bits that start with this, bits, we can then call parse simple string. Ah, okay, so here's the awk. Maybe I don't want it to be parsed. Maybe I should do yeah, we just use tuples for now. Is that clear? No, that's not very clear. So let's parameterize parsed with whatever the data type is. So when we pass simple string, we take in some inputs. I'm going to call it inputs here. Let's call it input here and here, which is a bits array. And then we're going to return some passed RESP data. Oh, is it always going to be RESP data? Okay, so maybe I didn't need to parameterize it. RESP data. Marvelous, 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 marvelous. What's this complaining about? Oh, it's because I put the wrong syntax there. So let's put a to do here. And I'm not actually calling the function here. I need to actually do that. There we go. So now it's saying that oh yes, because this is going to return past. Hey Louis, one quick question. Is there some sort of templating engine in Gleam like TPL for Go? Not built into the language, there's not, but there's a bunch of packages that you could use for that sort of thing. Maybe one day we'll have something built into the language, but right now there's no particular designs or plans or anything like that. So how do you implement this? So we want to collect some content. So we need an accumulator for that, and let's say that is a. Do we want it to be a string? Can you just? I'm trying to think how you efficiently do this. Let's do it. Let's just do bit array. And we need an accumulator in here. Oops, I think I've just accidentally deleted. There we go. So let's iterate across the inputs, and if the what does it say? If the string if starts with rn utf-8 and then some more inputs. In that case, we return. So that's the case in which we pass a string. For anything else, if we encounter some other thing, so some character, how do we want to do? Yeah, just one singular byte followed by more inputs. Bits, spell it right. In that case, we want to continue iterating with the remaining inputs, and we're going to append that new bit of input on the end. And if it's something else, so it's not, if it's something not byte aligned, that means an error. So let's just return parse error. There we go. Let's change this parse error to unexpected inputs. There we go. Helps if I spell the input correctly. So in this case, we want to try and we want to decode the bit array to a string. I don't remember if that is in the bit array module or the string module. I think it might be bit array to string. And if that's okay, we can just return that passed of string. Do we care if it's a simple string or a not simple string? Do you think? Like when we've defining our constructors, do you think we just have one for simple string? I think we probably do, right? So if it's a string, we do that. Oh, I didn't put the content into the string, rather contents. And then the remaining inputs. There we go. And if it's an error, you return an error, and I want this to be a new error called invalid Unicode. Boom, there we go. Nice. So what does this do now? We've got an error because our test doesn't represent exactly what we've got anymore. So this should pass completely. There we go. I just saw something popped up. It said something about an ad break. Does that mean you can't see me right now? I've not been paying enough attention to my I'm not paying enough attention. Is that my old friend Birkin? The YouTube gang are getting away with no adverts at the moment. Sorry, Twitchers. I should turn on ads on YouTube just to make it fair. I'm having no ads currently. Good. Okay. Good. And I've pressed the wrong button. Focus on coding. Focus, Louis. Focus. There was a pop. Hey, we successfully passed something. There we go. First time. If it type checks, it just works. You know, that's how it always works, eh? I feel like most of what I do is just write parsers. Good thing I don't mind them, eh? So the reason I've done this design where it gives you data and remaining input is that I don't think there's any guarantee necessarily that the packets that you're going to be given from Glisten, the TCP acceptable library, I don't think they're necessarily going to align with the Redis ones. So I think you could send 2 Redis commands, or one really long one, and so you could send 2, and it could be possible that the acceptable library reads like 1.5, and then you need to store that half, and then when the next bit of data comes in, you concatenate the 2 together, and then you read them. I think that's how that should work. And it could also be the same thing that you said want long command, and you start parsing it, and you realize halfway through that you don't have enough data, and then you need to send a continuation back from the parser, and then you need to push more data into it, and then you can get the rest out of it. So I think that's how that works. I could be wrong though. But hey, we managed to pass a string. That's exciting. It's a bit annoying. Maybe we should commit that. Maybe we should write a test for another string. So parsing was just pong with extra. Pong. Yeah, so they just send pong twice, right? Oops. Oh, not very good at this. Right, so if we send pong twice, we should just remove that first bit. And then the rest should just pass. Does that work? Nice, that works. And maybe to make it a little clearer, let's put on... Let's put on these, eh? Just make it a tiny bit clearer. And let's also use one of the testing helper functions to get rid of some of this extra wrapping. So it should be okay, asserts that it's okay, but nothing more than that. And then it passes through the value to the next whatever the thing is you want to do in your tests. When you're writing these tests, do you bother to write ones for should fail situations? Or just test for working functionality? I mean, that's a good idea. You know, if we're doing this properly, we should write a failing one. Let's do that, eh? So what happens if we do simple string invalid Unicode? I don't actually know how to make this invalid Unicode. What would it be? Like, I presume that's invalid Unicode. I don't know. Do you know? Unexpected input, empty string. No, it's not. Is that really not invalid? Oh, it's because we never... we don't actually test if it's invalid Unicode or not until we get to the end of the string. So can we do UT here, fates here? No, that's a 9. That's a different number. No. Maybe we should append it here. That's probably the way to do it. So we do... So in this case, we just return OK. In this case, we just do that. Oops. I'm such a clumsy editor. But in this case, we want to see if we can pass just the C. And then if it's okay, then we continue iterating with, but then we can make content a string. I'm not sure this is the right way to do this. I think this is nonsense. I think this might be nonsense what I'm doing. What does it say in the definition of? If this is ANSI, this is fine. If it's Unicode, this is not necessarily fine. This could mangle the Unicode, what I'm doing here. Simple strings are short non-binary strings. What's the definition of a binary string here? Like that doesn't, like, does it support Unicode? Is Unicode allowed? Oh, my bot's just got a bit aggressive and has removed your link, even though that's fine. I'm not sure how to undo that. Sorry, Silistro. I'm not sure. I don't know how to. I don't know how my bot to chill out because your link was fine, I think. How do you care for Unicode strings with variant byte lengths? So what I was doing before was valid, like because we just consume until we reach the marker that says it's the end of the string, and then we could pass it. I'm just going to make this. I'm just going to stop this. Oops! I've just made this test overly complicated. So let's undo the things that I said I was going to do here, and just leave the previous implementation, which we'll find the error later, but it's fine. Oh, excuse me. I was hiccuping a little bit. Right, so that's fine. That's correct. That's the server. So this isn't. This is. Okay. So to make this invalid Unicode, we need to put on the end of our string. Yay! Should be error equal to RESP invalid Unicode. Boom, there you go. So now we've got a test for the error case. I love the parsing library that Haley made called Nibble. I'm not sure she's working on that one anymore. It's got a nice API though. I think for something like Redis, because you're going to care about performance here, so you're not going to want to use a parser combinator library because parser combinator libraries are slow unless you've got an especially nice because you've got an especially nice optimizing compiler that will then remove all of that overhead of all those functions. Cool. And do we want another test? Oh, we should have like an end of input test. That'd be nice. Invalid. Not enough input. Boom. Unexpected input, empty string. That's because we need a case when there is no more, which we're going to return an error called not enough input, and then some continuation. Okay, that's interesting. How's that going to work? Oh dear. I really want to return some continuation here, but I can't. It's going to make it really complicated. I guess the language server works fine in either of them. Yeah, it works pretty well. I think it works as well as it. I think all the editors, it works about the same in at the moment. There's one thing that NeoVim doesn't do as well as VS Code with this editor, which is if you add a new dependency, it doesn't know that you need to like rebuild the whole project in order to, well, it doesn't know to rescan the whole project in order to like pick up the new dependency. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's about it. How would this returning a how would this work? This is a tricky bit here. Maybe we could just say not enough input and then force the people to continue appending to their buff. Yeah, yeah, let's do that for now, because that is the easiest way to do it, and this isn't a real project, so it's fine. To return a continuation is just a performance optimization. You can still append onto the old buffer and repass the stuff you've already got so far. I'll try Z when they port to Linux. I've heard that that is happening soon. Very, very soon. We've got a couple of Z folks who hang out in the Gleam Discord a lot, which you should too. Come hang out in the Gleam Discord. And they say it's very soon, which is exciting. Although I'm thoroughly enjoying NeoVim again, so I think I'm unlikely to. Oh, I'm unlikely to try it anytime soon. So what does this do? Not enough input. Oh, because I didn't actually update the test. Nice. Oh, I posted a pic of my Dalmatian and cat a few days ago. Lol. Good. That's what the Discord is for. Posting cute pictures of everyone's cute animals. Right, so I've forgotten what we were doing now. Why did we start this parser? What was the actual thing Codecrafters wanted us to do? We need to implement... yes, we need arrays. So... Oh, yeah, so we need a bulk string, and we need... Okay, yes, we need okay. So we need a bulk string and we need arrays. Let's do those next two things then. So what's this format called again? RESP. I'm never going to remember that. RESP, simple string parsing. Good fun. All I do is parse things. That's all I do. It'd be nice if this was turned into a markdown table, but yeah, whatever. So, oh, and then I need an encoder as well. I've got to do lots of things. Annoying. So bulk strings. Let's get an example. Null bulk strings. Oh, I don't know what that is. They're encoded with a length -1. Oh dear. Okay. Well, I'm gonna pretend that doesn't exist. I don't want to think about that. That sounds awful. Oops. Don't know what I just did there. I got really nervous for a second there. I thought I'd managed to stream the wrong window again. It's like, oh no. The empty strings encoding is that. Okay. 2, 3. Oh, I thought that was meant to do everything. Good. Oh, I've got a load of empty lines here now. Fab. So we want to make a function called parse bulk string. We're just going to take some inputs. of a string. No, of a bit array. And that's it, I think. And return some passed or a pass error. Oh hey, I finally catch part of a string. Welcome, Rat. I like your avatar. Is it a Pokemon? I can't quite see in this little window. Oh, got stiff back. Right, so a bulk string starts with $1. And this is going to be a bulk string. Nice. Digimon! Ah, even better. I say that. I haven't seen Digimon since the first series came out long ago. Oh, it's Glob. Hey Glob. I didn't recognize you because Rat, of course. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah. You've got an even shorter name in YouTube. Yeah, good to see you, pal. So we want to let's look at the. I think the best way to do this now would be to use some bit array functions. So let's see what we've got. Bit array. Gleam. Is that's old. How do we get the latest? Oh no, that is the latest one. Okay. Slice. I want a split function. We need some more bit array functions, really. It would be very useful. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah, we need a split function. That would be really useful. Let's make a note of that. Okie dokie. So I guess we're going to have to iterate to get the number manually. That's a bit annoying. And then you slice. That's fine. We can do that. So we're going to need to have a length. That's going to be an int. So the default length is 0. Yes, we need split. We really do. I'm gonna have to do this in an annoying way. That's okay. Let's do it. Let's do it in a really annoying way. So if it is a 0, if it is a 0, ETF. I just find it really hard to type when I've got a microphone here. UTF. Utf8. Ooh, that was a big squeaky noise. So in this case, oh no, we need to know the. How does this? I'm not sure how the. Okay, let's stumble through this. Let's stumble through this some more. Pass bulk string of the inputs, and then the length times 10. If it's a 1, plus 1. Oops. If it's 2, it's plus 2. Maybe we should put these at the beginning. That'd be slightly easier to edit. Yeah, let's put these in the beginning. Oh no, that's it's almost easier to edit. So folks, is my maths correct? What do you think? Macro time, yeah. I should probably use some Vim macro for this, but I'm too lazy. This is such a terrible way of doing it. Okay. There we go. And if it is something else, let's return an error for now. Unexpected inputs of inputs, inputs. And if it is a if it is that the correct order? Yes. Then we can pass the rest. And to do that, we want to say that let's get the result module out here. This will help us a whole bunch, won't it? Is that true? I think that's true. We're going to pattern match on both of them. What do you think? Yeah, maybe we just pattern match. We'll just keep it a bit simpler. So if we pattern match on bit string.slice. No, let's get the length of it first. Nice, that is what I want. Now we want to say the content is these docs aren't as useful as the ones in the HTML docs. Let's look at those again. So we've sliced from the string at the position when we take this many bytes. Okay. So we slice from the input, from the very beginning of it, and we want to slice the size, number of bytes, and then we want to say that the input is slicing again from the input, from the size, and then we want to take the no, sorry, that's length. Calling it size is confusing. Let's call this total length. And then we can match on both the content and the inputs. And if they're both okay, no, it's not quite right because they're supposed to be they're supposed to be a terminator at the end of it, right? So like, what happens if there's no terminator? Do we say there's not enough input? Or do we say there's a syntax error? Or I guess we could also match on the... Oh yeah, we're already matching on the input, so we can handle this. Okay, good. So if there is no inputs, then we say error, not enough input. If there's only the R but no N, then there's also not enough inputs. What's it complaining about here? Expected type int found string. Where? Here? Oh, okay. I forgot to say that this is it's UTF-8. And in the case that we have contents and inputs, then we can return, okay, passed string. Oh no, but this is still binary. Bit array to string content. So if the content is valid UTF-8, we can return, okay, we've passed it, passed a string with as many typos as possible of content, followed by the remaining inputs. Oh, how exciting. But if you can't do that, then we say that it's an error because it's invalid Unicode. And this doesn't pass, this isn't everything, because you can also just have a case where you've got error of invalid input. No, that's not what it's called. It's called unexpected inputs. And the input from that is, I've shadowed it here because I want to refer to this original input. So maybe I should call this REST in this case. REST. Cool. Looks a bit hairy, that, doesn't it? It's not as pretty as the previous one. It might even work, though. So let's start with the same string, but let's turn that into a bulk string. And they start with a $1. So $4. Maybe that. Does that look right? It's getting a bit it's getting a bit more serious this than my normal stream coding. I'd love a banana, but I'm not sure I've got any. Maybe I should set up one of those banana donation things. Oh, it passed. That made me nervous. Why did? I don't know. Also, I think we've got more than 4 tests, so I think I haven't saved the test. Oh no, it passed. Did it just work? Is my implementation correct? I find that very suspicious. I don't know about you folks. Let's put a longer string in. Oh no. It's because I didn't actually. What? Didn't I edit this? I thought I edited this. Did I do something silly? Oh, okay. Okay, no wonder it works. I could have sworn I did that. Maybe I somehow deleted it. Unexpected input. Pong. So that is probably coming from... where is that coming from? So let's do some debug logging. Okay. So we're getting the content of Pong. Nice. So let's print both of these. Of content and rest. Oh, okay. So we've done something wrong with our slicing of the remaining content. Is that because we're supposed to do minus length? I don't know if like you can just like slice past the end. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Ah, but no, we don't pop off the remaining. We never pop off the remaining. Oh, that's what the test failure says. The test failure says you've returned this extra delimiter, but it's meant to be empty string at that point. Good. Okay, so. I think we could make this syntax slightly easier on you people, actually. None of input rest. Okay, good. Hey, there we go. Works first time. Not bad, not bad. So the incorrect assumption I made is that you could use string slice, no, bit array slice with a larger number than the length of the string, and it would just give you as much as you can have. When in reality, it will say like, oh no, that goes beyond the array. So no, that's an error. That's an error. Okay, that's not too bad, eh? I guess we just run a few more. Let's make a few more tests. So let's do a longer one. I want to see one with a like 10 digits. A, B, C, A, B, C. Oh no, let's just do like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pop. Is that correct? Nice. So what happens if we do like a really long string? I think there's a string repeat function. So what that should be like 202 characters long. Gosh, I'm every time going to type ITF instead of UTF. Exactly, every single time. Okay. And this should be 202. That is actually what I wanted, yeah. And let's put some extra stuff at the end for fun. UTF-8. Boom. Nice, it works. So that's bulk strings as well. We can probably commit that. We should probably make an error case. Whatever cases are there. So string enough input Yeah, that's what I want. What does ping do? LVDoodle. What do you expect the ping command to do? I guess nothing. What could it do? I've got I've only just set up Nightbot today, so I'm still working out what it. I thought Redis would pong me. Oh, that would be cool. Well, Dylan's working on a Discord bot in Gleam, so at some point I'm going to steal his code, and then we can have our own little Gleam Discord bot. Not Discord. Twitch, the other one. Twitch. I'll get there eventually. So, and let's happen if we move that bit of extra input to. Good, that should fail, and then not invalid. But so if we just put in like an underscore, what does this return? Unexpected inputs. That's rubbish. That's rubbish. I don't like that error message. Let's make it better. Because it's not actually returning the bit that is unexpected. It would be nice if we gave a byte index, but I'm not going to do that because I'm lazy. So if the content is okay, no, yeah, there we go. Boom. Nice. And let's do on a favorite invalid Unicode thing as well, eh? How do we do that? What's the length going to be? Every single time, eh? At least I'm consistent. So I've said that this is 10 long. Let's do one that is 4 long. Good, that is what I expected. Boom, nice. Nice. Okay, so let's commit this. What did we do? We did RESP bulk string parsing. I'll pong you. Sounds almost threatening, doesn't it? I'll pong you. I'm gonna get a I don't have any bananas, so I'm gonna have an apple. And so I'll be back in a couple minutes, folks. Bye bye. I pressed the button, nothing happened. There we go. And bye. Oh, I'm back again. I didn't lie, it was only going to be 2 minutes. It's looking a bit grey out there today. What time is sunset going to be today? At 8. Okay, I've got a little while. Be nice to go outside during the daylight. Said the programmer. Cool. Okay, so parse arrays, then we can dispatch based upon the incoming message. And yeah, that's it, I think. Let's have a go. Okay. So the last ones are, now let's look at the docs for this. Oh, there's an integer thing. Okay, so I could use that for parsing integers. Arrays, here we go. Right, so. Okay, that sounds pretty good. It's quite a lot of docs this, eh? In some places, a RESP array type may be called a multi-bulk. Good, I'm glad that there's 2 ways of describing it. I wouldn't want to make it too easy now, would you? In the following format. So that's going to be a code block. These are pop. Kotlin followed me. Wow, what a great name. I hope that you do write Kotlin. Because if you don't, you know, you've missed a trick. Or maybe you invented Kotlin. What's your favorite Gen 3 Pokemon? Oh, I'm not. Did I play Gen 3? Did I ever play Gen 3? I'm not sure if I ever did. Sorry, folks, we've got to stop everyone to answer this question. Pokemon Gen 3. Oh, I did. Which games is Gen 3? What are the games? Oh, okay. Yes, which one did I have? Go away, shoot. This is the one I remember least well. See, I'm remembering all the Pokemon, but I just don't have very strong memories of the game. Here we go. That's Haley's favourite. Yeah, I got a very weak memory of the game for some reason. Is that it? Doesn't seem like very many Pokemon. At least just the new ones introduced in this generation. Absol for all the emo kids. I mean, I'm a big fan of Wurmple. Look at this little guy. Gen 3 was decent, but it came after Gen 2, which was the GOATs. Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with you. I think you are completely right. Anyway. Yeah, good question. I don't yeah. Not sure about. I'm definitely got a lot stronger feelings about 1 and 2. I name all my machines after Gen 1 Pokemon. Like, this is Diglett that we're currently working on. What, Peter? What is your main development machine called? Devis Squirtle. Nice, nice. Gaming is Charmander, and my NAS is Bulbasaur. Nice. So I've got gosh, let's see if I can remember all of them. So Cubone is my little server that's over there. My this is Hoot Hoot. This is Cubone. This is Execute. This is Kabutops. I had Rapidash. That was a cloud VPS. I've got a Grimer. That's another VPS somewhere. What other computers have I got? That might be everything I've got at the moment. And then I've got Chrome TV, Google Chromecast, which is boring because I can't work out how to change the host name. Oh, it's letting down the team. And for some reason, it's the iPhone says match-up brackets localhost, and I'm not sure why it's broadcasting itself as that. Anyway, I'm going to be doing some stuff. So an array starts with an asterisk, and then some digits. Okay, so let's do that first. Parsk array, and let's get rid of that because I want to extract this number parsing function from here. So parse int. Int, and it's going to return parse. Let's call this parse raw int because we're not going to return a parsed thing. We're going to return result of an int and a bit array for the remaining content, and then parse error. Nice. So I'm just going to take that basically. Pop. Class raw int, and it's not called length, it's called int. There we go. Inexhaustive patterns, and then, oh, my editor's lagging. Why is it lagging? What's going on here? I mean, that doesn't look terrible to me. Why is it lagging? Let's try that again. That's so weird. It's like, it's really slow. Okay. No, that's really, I'm not enjoying that. So if that's the end, then we return, okay, we've passed an int, and here's the remainder of your input. Otherwise, if it is just that, then, or if it's just an empty bit array, we say oops. We don't say oops. We say there's not enough inputs. But if it's anything else, we say unexpected inputs. There we go. So now we can just get rid of all of this. And let's make some really ugly code, shall we? So if we pass a raw int from the input, and it is okay. And we can do all this jazz. Boom. Oh, everyone likes nesting, eh? Maybe in future I will rewrite that to be nice using some combinators, but I also may not. I also may just leave that. And just split it out into a function, eh? Maybe I won't. No, I will. Let's do that. Okay. Let's grab the result module and use let's pull out that. Incorrect arity. It's because I didn't actually use it. Oops. Bit nicer. And that's fine. Maybe I'll do a bit here as well. No, I can't be bothered. That's fine. Boom. They all fail now. And the reason for that is that my raw int parser doesn't work. Is that true? They all fail? No, some of them pass. Which ones pass? Bulk string pong fails. What did I do, eh? And that's because, because that is now handled by the parser. It doesn't do anything now. Okay, so we can just get rid of that as well. Hooray! There we go. Okay, so the thing that was making my code ugly was the thing that didn't work. Nice. Can Gleam call our CLI tools installed on the machine? I tried to do this recently, but I couldn't find any docs on how to do it. Yeah, you can. It's not built into the standard library or the language because it's designed to be able to run in places where there isn't a CLI. If you make the CLI part of your language, you can only run on like servers and things. You couldn't run in the browser or in a sandbox environment, that kind of thing. So, what do I need to search for this to come up? Shell? There you go, shell out. So you could use this package and that would allow you to run, any arbitrary command you want. There's some caveats around it, because the beam's a little weird when it comes to like shelling out for irritating reasons, frankly. Yeah. Such is life. So, let's grab this. There you go. That's looking a lot nicer now. Assuming it still works. It does still work. Okay. And so now we want to test for I can't remember what we're doing. Oh, we're doing an array. We're doing an array. We don't need this file. Don't need this file either. So what is the example array? There you go. Here's an empty array. That sounds nice to me. Parse bulk. Let's call this array empty. This should equal to array, like that. So it's complaining that we don't have an array constructor. That's true, we do not. Nice. Oh yes, because it doesn't just return that, it returns a parsed. Oh, no, I've got this backwards. No, they're still backwards. Oh dear, you think I would eventually get the hang of this programming stuff, eh? Won't be anytime soon, though. Is that correct? Boom. So my array code hasn't been implemented. That's fine. Oh, Paul said thank you, and I'm not looking at chat often enough. No problem, anytime. Oh, I've just realised I've got it set to top chat. I've not got it on. I've not got it set to all chat. Maybe I've been missing messages. Gosh, I hope I haven't been. Oh, good. Well, I've just set the thing to live chat, so I'm really sorry, folks, if I've missed somebody. If I didn't reply to you, please make some noise, and I'll keep talking. So I want to pass another raw int. Yeah. So let's grab the int that's off the front of that, because the first thing it has is an int. Yeah, so number of elements, and then does it have a final delimiter? No, it doesn't. Okay, so it is just, okay, that's super easy to implement then. Okay, so we just say fun pass array pass elements, and then we say how many. What's the thing called again? RESP data, and the remaining is an integer. And then we do a case on the remaining. Oh, let's use the bool thingy. No, let's not. Let's do case. Case remaining. Remaining being less than or equal to 0. When that's true, we're just going to return the... no, we can't return pass though. RESP data and any remaining inputs. So when it's true, we return the elements and the input. When it's false, we do some stuff. And okay, fix that. No module name list. That's okay. I can do that. And then we can say pass array elements. If there's only one thing, it's more fun actually to use a case, I think. Count. That's the thing I'm missing. And I suppose we should wrap this as well then, shouldn't we? So elements and the remaining input. And then we can just return, okay, of past, of array, of the elements, and remaining inputs. There we go. Oh. Marvelous. How does that look? Hey, cool. So we can pass an empty list. Sorry, array. It's not a list. It's called an array. So let's find one of these other examples. String of hello and world. Marvelous. Let's use that. So that should be RESP string hello. Oh no, lowercase. RESP string world. Coolio. And that hasn't been implemented because we haven't taught it how to actually, parse elements yet when there are any. So we want to say, let's try and parse. Is it just the parse function we want? Yeah. Gleam is awesome. Thank you so much. Macrobee, thank you so much. I can't see what your picture is. It's a very tiny window I've got here. But yeah, thank you so much for support. I certainly think Gleam's pretty cool. Oh dear. So we pass something, and then we think we should get some parsed. And when we do, and also I can type correctly, which is a rare one, we can then call parse elements again with the parsed.data as the first argument. No. The parsed.remaining inputs, and then we prepend the data onto the elements, and then we decrement the remaining. If there's some error, well, we just return it. Boom. Nice. I think it'd be slightly nice if we elements. We can just pretty that up slightly. Nice. What does that do? Hey, works first time every time. Types work, eh? Is that everything? Maybe let's grab some more of these examples. An array of 3 integers. I don't have support for integers yet, so I can't do that. Well, let's do another. Mass array. Gleam is really cool. So, Gleam is really cool for 1, 2, 3, 4. And first one is Gleam. Gleam. Second one is. Really cool. So really, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Really. And cool has 4 letters in it. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Oh, I suppose I should do some error cases as well. I'll be real, I'm not sure I want to. I'm not sure I can be bothered. I mean, you probably shouldn't be putting this into production, eh? Let's capitalize the letter G in Gleam, eh? Is really cool. Boom. So this is RESP. Oh, RESP array parsing. We may as well just add integers, right? Like, we're going to get them for free pretty much. Or maybe we should just do the thing that we're supposed to do in... Oh no, we've got to make a serializer as well. Oh, that's annoying. Mm, rubbish. Rubbish. Um, yeah. How do we do that then? Yeah, let's do that. What's the best way to test it? Maybe the best way to test it would be to do like round trips. Is that Git Fugitive? No, this is Lazy Git, which might be inspired by Git Fugitive. I'm not sure. I've never used Fugitive. It's just something I've been aware of for a long time. I don't really know how to use this, to be honest. Also, I'm getting a bit chilly. I'm gonna take a 1 minute break, and I'm gonna find a jumper. So see you in 1 minute, folks. And holding screen. There we go. Easy. Easy peasy. So we're 2.5 hours in. What should we do? I think it would be nice to get a encoder put together super quickly, and that'll be enough to make this test pass. And then when this test passes and we can move on to the next step, then I think that'd be a good time to I don't know, either stop or just like chat a bit, depending on what people feel like doing, eh? So let's write some really silly tests. Round trip string. Should a string always be a bulk string? Gleam is really nice. I find myself sometimes missing certain features like macros. Yeah, I would be interested in. I would be interested in some meta programming capability, but no one really has any ideas for it yet, which is a shame. Where else are you streaming? I'm streaming to YouTube as well. Twitch and YouTube. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was going to pass some stuff. So RESP.encode. Is that what we should call it? Let's call it encode. And then we should say let's input equals input RESP.pass pass pass. Why are we passing any of its bit arrays? Can the Redis protocol hold binary data? I'm not actually sure if that's true or not. Let's actually look that up. So what are the types? Oh, on the string thing, it did talk about binary things, didn't it? It was like, it said binary string. I presume that means it can hold non-Unicode data as well, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. Interesting. Hi from YouTube says what to say. Interesting. Okay. That is interesting. Okay, so where was I? I said if you pass it, then it should be okay. And it should equal parsed of the input, and then no additional output. Yeah, okay, that sounds good to me. And let's make one for array empty. Fair enough. The place I've noticed it most is in relation to deriving functionality like parsing and serializing JSON. But if I'm honest, it isn't too bad to just write them out yourself. Yeah, totally. I mean, and I think that the language server could help with that. So you could define a data structure and then ask the language server to like define you the decoder. Like maybe that's something that would work quite well. It's worth exploring. Or maybe it'd be rubbish, who knows? And let's do one more of a nested array. Cool. So, did I call it in code? I think I did. Maybe something to simple Lua metaprogramming. You know, I've never looked at Lua's metaprogramming. I'm not sure what it is. What have they got? I didn't think there was any metaprogramming in Lua. I thought they had. No. Share a link if you've got one, or tell me where to look it up, and let's take a look at it. So if it's a string with some content, then what do we do with it? I don't know. Let's call a function that we're going to call n, which puts the input, and then let's have a buffer that we're going to append to. Good array. Good. So if it is a string, we want to have the buffer followed by a dollar is the string, right? Bulk strings are dollar. Yes, okay. Followed by the dollar. UTF-8. And then we want the length of the string, which would be bits string.byte size. Oh, I hope that's something that we do actually have in this. I'm worried that we don't have a byte size function for strings. Unknown module int, yep. And string. Oh, do I really not have that? That's so annoying. We used to have, I mean, we should have that. I mean, we didn't used to have that. So we've got a bit array module. So let's get rid of the string module. We don't need that. So bit array. So that's the length. And then after that, we have the delimiter. And then after that, we have we can have it again in a second. So let's pop another one on. And then we have the contents. Boom. Oh, that's a bit longer than I wanted it to be, eh? Buff. Yes, just fits. Will Gleam ever support hash maps or dict syntax like Elixir? It's much less useful to have those data types in a statically typed language because you'd use records instead. We could do, if there's suitable use cases for it. If you've got some ideas for like how introducing a syntax like that would improve the Gleam experience and make some things easier, then yeah, let's go. My code says, hi Louis, hey, welcome. Yeah, so if you've got some ideas for like how the syntax would be, what problems the syntax would solve, share it and we will, we'll get that sorted. So the other thing it could be is an array. Elements. How do we do that then? So we will say that the buffer is equal to something quite similar. I'm using string.length in Redis. Is that problematic for Unicode? Yeah, because that's the number of graphemes. That's not the number of bytes. That's a different thing. So if someone puts in Unicode, your slicing won't align correctly because some of those graphemes would be multiple bytes in length. Oh yeah, that would have been such a cheat. If I just imported, I could just import Radish, the Redis client, and go, there you go, I've made a parser. Easy. Go. So we've got length, int string of the list.length of the elements. So buff first. Then we have, I can't remember what the character is for an array. A star, that kind of makes sense, I suppose. It would be nice if we didn't have to write UTF-8 because like the compiler should be able to look at the fact that you're giving it a string, go, oh yeah, that's a string. And then just know that it's going to be UTF-8 data, right? Like there isn't any good reason for us to have to write all this UTF-8 all the time. It should just be that, right? Like at the very least, it should just be that. That's much nicer. So UTF-8, and the next thing we want to have the length. And then we need to have a delimiter after the length. I can't remember what the format for arrays are. Arrays. Start, number of elements, delimiter, and then the elements. Okay. So that should be UTF-8. And then we just fold the list over the buffer. Oh, we should do it the other way around then. We should put the buffer first, because then it will fit well with fold. Yep. Fold over the elements into the buffer with N. Is it going to work? Yay! It's so nice when you just like run the tests and they just work the first time, eh? So that means that we have RESP encoding and Mr. TDD. But does the T stand for types or does the T stand for tests? Who knows, eh? Parse document. So let's go back to the actual thing that this whole thing was about. What are we meant to do? Why not both? Great question. Great question. So, case. Now, what do we want to do? Got a message. Message. Oh, I didn't save it, that's why. Oh, that's so not helpful. I need to make that error message better. So let's look at Glisten. Where's Glisten? There we go. It can return a message. Okay, where does the message type get defined? Message. It's either a packet of a bit array or it's a user message. A user message should never happen because a user message is something that we've added. So for example, if we got messages, so later on, if we implement the whole of Redis, we would be able to get messages from other clients, I guess, or like you get streams, I guess, would be the thing where the messages would come from. So that's data coming from it's inside Redis without being prompted by a request from the client, and then we can just send it to the client. That's not something we support. Glisten.user. So in that case, we just say, let's just continue. But if it is a listen.packet of data, spell data wrong, then we can say handle message. And we can, what do we need to pass in here? We're going to need to pass in the state, con, and the data. And I've put it a different way round to that. And the message is now just a bits array. So the first thing we're going to need to do is actually, it would be nice if we did the parsing here. Let's do some parsing here. So case. No, let's not. Let's just do it here. So import Redis RESP. Let's pass the message, and let's always assume that it's going to succeed now. Passed. What should we do if it can't pass? Yeah, let's use an assertion here, like to be really sure. Good. So that's going to crash if we can't parse it, for example. So now we can pattern match on our data. So there's a mistake here. There we go. So we pattern match on the data, and we think this is going to be an array as the top level. Let's just keep asserting things. Let's get it. Let's just bosh it out, and then we can worry about all the clients being incorrect later. So we think it should be an array, and there should always be a command, and then there should be some arguments. Good. And then we should say, they said that it doesn't matter what the case is of the command. So let's always lowercase that. Command. So if it is ping, we do something. If it is echo, we do something else. And if it is, I don't know what it is, let's just panic as unknown command. Is WSL a good choice for web dev? Yeah, I think so. As in the Linux Windows subsystem thing, I think it's really good. I think it's very impressive. Or WSL2 is really nice. What keyboard are you using? It makes such a satisfying sound, like the codes are getting compiled successfully. I'm using a Planck Revision 7 keyboard, which I got from Drop. And I'm using Cherry MX Silent Red switches, which are not the same as red. They're actually pink. I'm not sure why they called them red, but they're extra quiet, which I like a lot. So what do we do when it's a ping? Oh, look, we've already got a ping here. There we go. Let's do these. There's all sorts of things we haven't thought about here. Like what happens when? Oh, and we can and we can do a resp.encode, resp.string, bong, oops, bong, like that. And we can do something similar here, where we just encode the no, okay. Okay. So let's look at the documentation for echo. Redis echo. So I care about how many arguments it has to take. Syntax echo message. So I'm reading this as saying it has to take one argument. So in that case, in my routing, I want to care about the number of arguments that have been given. So let's do that. So we still want to lowercase the message. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. But let's pop back on. Oh, that was wrong anyway, because it's meant to be a string here. There we go. So let's pop that back on and then pattern match on string and then the arguments. Fantastic. So ping, followed by I don't care. And this should be echo followed by some value. Oh, it didn't necessarily say it had to be a string though, did it? It said it just was a message. So it could return anything. Okay, so let's not limit it to just being a string. So there we go. Oh, I've called this loop as well. And Pong. Oh. From bit array. From bit array. Boom. Okay, well that does something. Pop OS for the win. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Pop OS. I would like to try it. It's on my list of things to go. I think I would really like to try the Pop OS desktop environments, but using NixOS as the actual distribution. I don't really find Nix, the build tool, very appealing, but I find the fact that NixOS has unified configuration for everything from your desktop environment to your... Oh, Nightbot, you're being very aggressive. How do we stop that? Nix mentioned. I'm very sorry, CCPRN. How do I stop Nightbot from being so aggressive? I'll figure that out later. Very sorry about that. Anyway, so I think that should do something. Let's look at what the actual thing he told me to do. It said that I should be able to run the Redis server and then do this. Okay, so oops, there we go. All I did was open 2 terminals, folks. Phew, didn't miss much. Spawn Redis server. Good, so it's running. And then over on this side, where's my terminal not showing? Let's try again. So over on this side, I should be able to do that. Hey, hello, hello, hello. Can I do multiple things? Oh, it crashes. Okay, that's fine. We expected it to crash for multiple arguments because that's all it showed us in the documentation. Hey, Dean, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Did you try spanking Nightbot? What on earth? I support your enthusiasm, CCPRN. I don't know. I'm gonna have to work out how to tell Nightbot no. I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to use it. Good. So we have something that works here. That's cool. I like that we've implemented a second command, and I like that we have this pattern matching routing thing. That's nice. So add all of those and commit it as support the echo command. It's quite a lot more in this step compared to the other ones. The other steps are very easy. We just blasted right through them. And now, what do? Oh, I push it in a nice big window so everyone can see what's going on. Git push. Fingers crossed. Is it going to work? Did it work? Received pineapple. Hey! Oh, it just echoes. Okay, so it just echoes pineapple. That's all it does. But I do like the confetti. That's really nice. Implement set and get. Ooh, that's going to take a little while. That won't be too hard. This should be quite easy, in fact. Well, it depends. How do you think they're testing it? Excuse me. The police decided a few months ago that my road is the one you go down around here, which is really annoying. I mean, we could do a little more, or we could just chat, or we could stop. What do we think? Tell you what, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break and get a snack, and then you folks can decide if you want to. I don't know, post some questions in chat if you want to chat about something, or I just decide if I want to try and implement share, set and get or not. Okay. 2 minutes. Bye, bye, bye. Well, maybe like 3 minutes. Okay. Bye, folks. Come on, Twitch, do your thing. Aha. I had what did I have? I had a Satsuma. Oh, it was very good. I'd love a banana though. Hey, I added a time to your break screen. I see you added a time. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm trying to let people know when I'll be back. It's like, is it going to be in half an hour? Is it going to be in 2 minutes? What's everyone saying? Implement. Okay, build implement things. How did the name Gleam come to be? It's similarly beautiful as Elixir. I genuinely started reading the dictionary and kept going until I found a good word. I wanted a word that was short, easy to spell, easy to pronounce, didn't seem to have any like accidental, rude, or offensive connotations. And I like Gleam because it rhymes with beam, and it is also a synonym of beam. So it just all sort of, it's got lots of things going for it. And it's a cute word. And I think it sounds quite optimistic, like gleaming in the darkness. It's just lovely. Oh my gosh, Nightbot, stop being so aggy. Oh, you've made an actual. Okay, I'm gonna paste the. I'm gonna paste the thing that Isaac pasted, and let's see if Nightbot tells me off for that. Okay, so the one that was deleted there actually was actually spam. I think. I think. So that's the one Isaac posted. I'm gonna post it in YouTube as well. This is what Isaac over in Twitch just posted, which I've not actually opened yet. Let me open it in a browser. Oh, it's so nice. Look at that. That's so good. Okay, so what would I do? Would I just leave this on and just like walk out of frame? Can I change the length of the... Oh, 40. I'm having a 40 anyway. This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess I could just leave it on. Oh, but you can set like a URL scene or whatever it's called. That's so good, Isaac. Amazing stuff. Someone else sent me this somewhere, like, or not this, but someone else sent me. Oh, it was you. It was you. I saw it on Mastodon, Fediverse, just before I went live, and I was like, oh, I can't read it, so I'm gonna have to. I left the tab open. I was going to come back to it later. It's so nice. That's lovely. I never thought, because I was trying to work out how I would do this, but I could just make like HTML pages for all these things, couldn't I? Like completely static pages. Oh, genius. Okay, I'm slowly understanding how all this Twitch stuff works. Yeah, really cool. I'll have to figure that out later. Really, really great stuff. Oh, awesome. I wonder what. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious as to what this spammy looking link that was posted is. So I'm gonna go back to here so you can't see it because I've no idea what it's going to be. And let's open it in a private window. Oh yeah, that's just someone trying to flog me. Do I want to buy followers? No, quite the opposite. I definitely do not want to buy followers. I just installed Gleam today. Awesome, Dean. Really cool. Really nice scaffolding tool. Reminds me of Cargo. Yes, Cargo's been a big inspiration. The Cargo developer experience is lovely. So I want to copy that for sure. Really, really like it. I don't know how. Yeah. Okay. So if I didn't show. So if I didn't show this in a browser, I don't think I can interact with it like this, can I? I don't know. Like if I have it as an OBS scene thing, can I? I just need to experiment with stuff, don't I? Because otherwise I can need to make a set of controls for it somewhere, which could be fun, but I don't know. I don't know. But look how cool this is. I could just use this like this for now, and so long as I. Yeah, I could do this. I could do I could go, and I vanished. Maybe that's it. Oh, anyway, I love it. This is so nice. Super, super nice. I presume that I can go to... here. Hey, there we go. And see... Oh, it's Gleam. There's some Gleam code here. That's exciting, isn't it? So what... How does it work? What does it do? Ooh. Oh, awesome. It's actually the whole thing's written in Gleam. That's amazing. That's really exciting. Oh, it's not just for Gleam. It's made with Gleam. That's awesome. Got to give this a star. Gleam. You should put the URL in like the README or here or something. That'd be cool. How does NeoVim automatically run Gleam's LSP? Good question. So if you have your Lua configuration, which I will just open up. Here you go. Here's a file. Not require. No, require. Right. That's how you import things. Require, and then we can say lsp config, and then you write Gleam, and then you write setup, and you call that function, and that will do it. And then to get syntax highlighting, you can write ts install Gleam, boom, and then it will just do that for you. So it's pretty easy in NeoVim. It's basically out of the box. Basically, pretty close, as far as I can tell. I don't know very much about NeoVim, or a lot of things really. I don't know anything about Emacs. So when people ask about Emacs, I'm like, oh gosh, I don't know. I get a bit nervous. So the rubbish way to implement set and get is with state in the acceptor process, and that's rubbish because the state is sandboxed per session. Why have I got this one? There you go. The state is per session. Oh, let's see if there's a bit byte size. Oh, I thought there was. Okay. New issue. String dot byte size. I'm sure this is a thing that exists, by the way. Maybe I'm just wrong. Bit array. String. Byte size. It does exist. So why doesn't... Okay, let's try and figure out what went wrong here, because I'm sure we tried to do byte size and it didn't work. String. Oops. Import Gleam string. And then if you run test, it says, oh, that's interesting. Oh, I guess I'm just a complete fool. Like, it does exist, and what did I do wrong last time then? Oh, okay, cool. Remove unneeded conversion. I'm very confused by that. I thought we tried that. I must have not imported the module or something. Isn't that strange? Fun story, I'm working on the infrastructure of a Gleam Links course. I was working on writing a program that compiles Gleam programs when it compiled itself recursively and brought my computer to a halt. Oh no. Well, at least we're successfully using all of the cores of your CPU, right? That's the important bit. Good to see you, Joe. There's a Gleam mode for Emacs, but I wonder if eglot support has been added for the language server. I'm not sure what eglot is. Maybe, is that like NeoVim's LSP config? So you don't need to have like a special plugin per language, just like, here's a plugin, it gives you all the languages, which I think is way better. What does the cap say? I was like, the captain, what does that mean? It's from the Queer Brewing Company, who are I think it's a lesbian-led like trans-friendly brewing company here in London, I think. It's a good cap. Big fan. Should we try and so like the rubbish way to implement it would be to have some state inside the acceptor. It means that if there's two connections, they can't see each other's state, which is the opposite of what you want for Redis. Extremely not useful. Hello, welcome. Good to see ya. Oh, we could do it properly with an actor. I guess we could do it properly. Or we could try one of the cool ETS libraries. That could be fun. Maybe. So, packages. I think there's a nice one called Carpenter. How do you spell carpenter? Hey, I got it right. And oh, I'm gonna have to remember how ETS works. It's got all these like configuration options, and I can never remember what they are or do. I mean, this would be the sensible way to implement Redis, I think. So why not? Let's do it. A good chance to learn another library and to make a fool of myself on stream. Don't want to be too easy for me now, do we? So we want to be able to say set, and the first name is the key, and the second name is a value. The set supports extra options like expiry time. We won't cover these at this stage. We'll get to them later. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. So what is Redis supposed to do if you give it something that it doesn't expect? Is there a section here for that? Replication, wow. Wow, that's wild. Okay. Rubbed persistence. Any guides on learning OTP with Gleam? I don't want to learn Erlang just to use it. Ben wrote a nice introduction to it, but there's nothing like super thorough, unfortunately. It's a really big subject, and unfortunately we're too busy focusing all the non very sophisticated actor framework stuff. Your hair is lovely. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Eaglot is built into Emacs, so it doesn't need to use LSP mode. Okay, that sounds really cool. Maybe that's something we want then. The folks who were maintaining the Emacs stuff, unfortunately, just like had a bunch of life stuff go on, so they've not been as available as they were previously. So, if anyone else wants to help get the Emacs stuff working, that'd be really cool. I'm in a tricky place with it because I don't have any good way of actually verifying if the contributions are good or not. So it's tricky, really. What can you do, eh? This sounds really fun. Streams, persistence. I want to do, yeah, I'd like to do more of the APIs, like less of the, I want to implement like, I don't know, different data structures and things. I think that'd be fun. I'm less interested in replication, but maybe that is actually the cool bit. Maybe I'm wrong, and that is the cool bit. So I should have a proper Redis protocol parser at this stage. Good, I do. If the key doesn't exist, your command should return a null bulk string. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna have to read what those are then, aren't I? Where's this null thing? Is this the right thing? Right, null. Oh, so there's a difference between a null and a null bulk string, is there? Null bulk strings. Okay. So Okay, so whereas the version 3 of this has a dedicated type for null values, version 2 has no such type. Instead, due to historical reasons, always a good start, the representation of null values is via predetermined forms of the bulk strings and array types. The null bulk string represents non-existent value. The get command returns the null bulk string when the target key doesn't exist. A Redis client should return a nil object when the server replies with a... The Redis client should return a nil object when a server replies with a null bulk string rather than an empty string. For example, the Ruby library should return nil while the C library should return null. So am I reading this as like Redis has 3 ways of representing null? That's a bit rubbish. So I've got to do like string null, array null, and null null. That's annoying. Can I not just always use one of them? Can I not just use the null one always? This is the same text. This is the same text, okay. Where's nulls? Okay. Due to historical reasons... I'm kind of reading from this, they want us to use this null from now on as dedicated null, but the code crafters thing suggests, well, states that it wants the string null. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I sneezed, sorry. I just about hit the button in time. Insert XKCD cartoon here. Hell yeah. That really does seem to be what's going on here. Hey, I've been playing around with Gleam recently, and my first time here, and I realised that a fellow Londoner is the creator of Gleam. Great stuff. Yes! Lovely London. So when we have the next Gleam meetup, which will probably be in Paddington, that's where the last one was, you got to come down. You got to come down. If someone came from the Netherlands last time, which was like, oh my gosh, that's a long way to travel to come and eat a pizza in a pub with me and like 10 other people. You got a link by chance? I don't have a link because we haven't. We don't have a date for one. We sort of do them whenever we feel like it. Really. So we did the last one because it was V1. And that one was a bit more formal. Normally it's just like a bunch of us in Discord like, should we meet up? Yeah, sure, why not? But this time we actually advertised a bit more. So if you join the Discord and hang out there, you're more likely to see it. We normally put it as like a Discord event. So you don't need to log on very often. You can see it there. Will it have a Louis DJ set? No, I think not. I think everyone does. Well, I don't know, it could be fun. It's a place for talking. Although there was talk of people bringing like musical instruments and things to Elm Camp. I think there might be a fair few Gleam people going to Elm Camp, which looks really fun. This one, which is in Devon, looks really. I mean, for what you get, it's very cheap actually. It looks lovely. You get to like hang out with. Oh, can't I see these pictures any bigger? There you go. So this is where Elm Camp is going to be. It's all very English. Isn't that lovely? A proper traditional programming setting. That looks lovely, that does. England, proper England. So yeah, I might go to that. It'd be really funny if Gleam was rich. It'd be really funny if we could like Elm Camp sponsored by Gleam. But no, I don't have any money. But yeah, it looks really good. So like maybe we'll do that. Oh, no, I'm not taking a break. That's wrong. So do we think we can do null? I will say I want to try and do null and hope for the best. So let's add null encoding. Yeah, why not? I'm having fun. Let's go. So where are we? Null data. If it is null, let's make a test. Come on. Round trip null. Good. So in that case, oh, I've accidentally deleted what the actual null is. It's that. I thought just this one time I was going to get UTF-8 correct. Oh dear, never. Never, never, never. And I spelled buff wrong. Very long word, buff, you see. So I think this is going to fail because I didn't write a parser. Oh. It's a bit alarming. Because I didn't actually say it was a test. Okay, this sucks. I really need to make a better way of doing tests in this. You shouldn't be able to accidentally run a test. Good. So unexpected input, null. That's what we want. And let's also do null test and null string test and null array test. And these should all be null, and the values for them are this fella, pop, and the null string is bulk strings, null bulk string, oh, so bad at operating a computer. There we go. And we can probably guess that the same thing for the array is going to be that, but with a star. So let's check the docs for that. Arrays, an empty array, and where's the null array thing? Okay, star -1 RN. Is that what I've got? Yes. Good. So they should all work. Well, not yet, but like at some point in the future. They should all work. So the round trip fails and the free null parsing checks fail. Good. And hey, welcome. I'm doing really good. Good to have you. We're just implementing Redis. You know, casually, as one does. So what did we say the three things were? Like, we can just copy them out of the tests. None of this thinking stuff. Pop. Pop. Okay, passed. Null. Rest. TF8. Rest. Bits. Boom. Cool, I'm also passing bytes. What are you passing? Oh, I was like, yeah, oh no. Okay, so this is failing because these don't get matched because of the other ones come first. I'm building a Serde Postgres lib in OCaml for my project dbCaml. That's really cool. That's really cool. Oh, and my test pass. Fantastic. Good, 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 good. So, RESP null. So, what do I need to do here? I need to start the table. So let's make let's make some states. I don't know. We're going to do this. Am I going to try and parse it? How long have I been doing this for? I've been doing this 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's a pretty long time. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep the energy levels up enough to implement the whole of set and get. Is that true? Maybe I could. Let's try it. Let's see how far I can get. I'll do like 30 minutes and then we'll see what happens. So we're going to add this ETS library, ETS being the in-memory database that Erlang folks use instead of Redis. Sounds like I'm cheating a bit, doesn't it? And excuse me. Cough, cough, cough. We do want ETS tables. I don't know if we want decentralized counters. I'm not sure what that means. Decentral. It's not found. Decentral. Indicates whether to use decentralized counters. Yes. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Performance tuning. Oh, there's too much configuration on ETS. Like, my opinion is, I would like a higher level interface over ETS that just Carpenter. I would like a higher level API over ETS. That has sensible defaults for like common use cases, because it's so easy to like misconfigure ETS and get like not as good performance as you want. So what are the different types? We've got, I don't want it to be private. Where's the docs? Docs. Maybe these docs are better. Public protect. Okay, so it doesn't say what they are. Okay, so none of this says what it. None of this says what it. None of this says what it. What? None of this says what they do. That's a bit annoying. Nice, that's useful. Yeah, what do these mean? Write concurrency, no write concurrency, auto write concurrency? Auto write? No? Write. What is auto write? Okay, so table should be public. I think I want write concurrency. Read concurrency, yes, I do want that. We don't care about that. Compression. What is compression? Compression. Wherever not a table is compressed. Okay, what are the implications of that? Compress. Okay, if the option is present, the table data is stored in a more compact format to consume less memory. However, it will make table operations slower. Especially options that need to inspect entire tables, such as matches, like get much slower. The key element is not compressed. Okay. It sounds like we don't want to compress it then. Like if Redis is all about performance, right? So I think we just leave it. Compression, false, good. So there's my set, and we're going to call this Redis ETS. So now we want to our initial state is going to be, well, we can just pass in just the ETS table then, can't we? And this is going to moan at me now, saying that my state is not just some random state, it's going to be a table. Is that what I've got here? Yes, good. It's going to be a, table. Expected 2 arguments, got 1. Okay, so that's going to be 1 for the key, 1 for the value, I think. So that's going to be a string and a RESP data. Oh, hello, newbie. The cat's woken up. Can Gleam do gen server? Yes, but we've got our own type-safe version of the gen server called actor. Where should we go? Repository, I guess. Let's look at some examples. Here you go. So here's an act. No. Where's my actor? Yes, here you go. It's the same sort of thing. You define an init, and you define a loop, and the loop is like a combination of handle call and handle cast in gen server. It handles both kinds of messages at the same time. Oh dear. So it handles both of them. It's very similar. So we've got set. Oh no, that's not set as in like put. It's set as in the table is a set. Oh, okay. Does this package write to disk from memory as well? It could do. There are APIs in Erlang for writing ETS to disk. Can you make a peer-to-peer network? You can make a peer-to-peer network in any language. There's nothing specific about... okay. Maybe the question is, can you use distributed Erlang? Yes, you can use distributed Erlang. So where do you insert? Oh, okay, inserts. Hey, newbie. Oh, these are sets specifically. Table. Okay. Oh, I'm a bit confused now. I don't quite understand the API, but I've not looked at any. I've not looked at it very thoroughly, so I think that's to be expected, really, isn't it? So I can insert. Oh, this one. Okay, this is a set. What's the difference between a set and the other types? Oh my gosh! Hello. Welcome everybody. Who's raiding? Janitor Car? Have I got the name right? Welcome everybody. Welcome so much. What have you been up to? We've been implementing Redis in Gleam, which has been quite a lot of fun. And now I'm getting a little bit confused by some Erlang APIs. Welcome. Writing closure. Oh, fantastic. Functional programming buddies, eh? What were you making? What's your favourite font? Oh, that's a difficult one. Hey newbie. My cat's woken up, so he's going to start meowing any moment now. Oh, there he is. Come back. Say hi to all the people who've just raided. Perfect. Well done, newbie. Well done. He normally doesn't cooperate at all, so I'm very happy on this one occasion he did it. So let's look at the documentation with Carpenter again. So what I'm doing, I've just implemented Redis in Gleam, or rather Pong and Echo, so like nothing useful whatsoever, but it did involve writing a parser and a serializer for their binary formats, which is quite a lot of fun. And now we want to actually do set and get, and I want to use ETS tables, which are an in-memory mutable data store. Hello, that Erlang gives you. Hello, little boy. But the API for them is a bit convoluted, and now I'm looking at a nice wrapper for it in Gleam, but it still exposes a lot of the convoluted configurations. So I'm like, oh, what's going on here? Come on, newbie, come entertain everybody. Don't trust him. He's a little monster. So the thing I'm curious about is, oh, this example looks different to the other one, because it has set at the top rather than the bottom. I wonder if this is slightly out of date. I don't know. Let's find out. So we've got a set and a table. Is there a way to construct a set? This returns a builder. This returns a builder. Do they all operate in sets? Ordered sets. Okay. This returns a table builder. Okay, so here's the thing I'm not understanding about this API, right? Is that it has a table type and a set type, and I can't find anything that returns just the table type. So what is it for? I can't find anything that takes just the table type. Table. No, that's it. There's like not a single place where just table is used. I don't understand. Okay, that's fine. Oh, cool. So we can just ignore that, I suppose, and then I can update my code to say, not table, it's a set. There we go. And now this is complaining about a type mismatch. And the type is that, hello, little boy. Am I going to have to feed you to shut you up? I think so. I think this is going to be bribe time. Oh, yes, because I'm saying that this returns like a generic state rather than specifically a set of string and the Redis data type. Good. Okay. So what should we do now? Try and work out how to get and set things, I suppose. So let's extract these fellas out into their own handy little functions. So handle ping. What do we need here? We need the we don't actually care if there's any arguments. I mean, I think we're supposed to get none, but if we don't get none, That's fine. Handle ping. And I do need the connection. I don't need the message. I do need the state. So states con. Nice. Nice. Oh, sorry, little boy. I'm gonna help you in like 2 minutes, okay? And let's do the same thing to this one. But in this case, I do care about the arguments. State con arguments. Arguments. And let's just assert that we do have at least one argument for now. Oh, I don't know if I've said it's okay. Oh, this should be echo. Value is not in scope. It is now. So who of all the Clojure fans who've just arrived, who's heard of Gleam? It's a pretty new thing. Oh baby, am I gonna have to feed you? Oh honey, poor boy. Oh no. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna feed the little boy, and then I'm gonna be back in one whole minute. Okay. And I'm going to use the really lovely timer that Isaac made for me. How do I do that? Back, having a 1 min break. And press the button. All right. See you in a sec, folks. Oh, bye-bye. Oh my gosh. I've just realized I've been very rude. I'm still getting to grips of all this I'm still getting to grips somewhat of all this Twitch stuff. So I'm supposed to give a shout out now, aren't I? How do I do that? Shout out. Where's the username? Can't find it. Aha, found you. Sorry, Janet. I hope you don't mind. Janet Carr. Boom. That might be the first time I've managed to shout out. Good. So let's just vaguely scaffold out a set and a get, and then we will worry about the other bits later. So set gets, oops, set gets, set, and gets. Cool. So what are they meant to do, eh? It's getting a bit dark in here. Hold on, let me just turn some lights on. Oh, gosh, it's very bright here now. So the whole reason we're doing this. Oh dear, there we go. The whole reason we're doing this is that the lovely folks over at Code Crafters have just released a course using Gleam, in which you learn to implement Redis from the ground up. So we're going through that. And the reason why I'm doing that is that I'm the person who made I'm the person who made Gleam, the language who is a very good language, but most importantly has a really cute mascot. And I don't know about you, I think that's the most important thing when I'm picking a language. Yeah. So here's the latest thing. It says we need to be able to do set foo bar. Okay. And then we should get back the value we set. Okay, good. Let's do that. Test will expect to receive, oh, specifically the simple encoding. Okay, that's interesting. So state should not be a generic state in this case. It should be a set of string to RESP data. The mascot is super cute. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm a big fan. And we're going to do more assertions. In a real program, we want to in some way return an error message if the client isn't adhering to the protocol. But in this case, we're just going to crash. I think that's fine. So keep value, and let's say that you can set some other things. We don't really care about it. Arguments. Oh gosh, someone's at the door. I'll be right back, folks. Sorry about this. That's that same door-to-door salesperson again. Boo. So, and the key has to be a string. And then we want to insert into our table. Let's call it a table rather than a state. So how do we do that? Table dot insert. It takes a set as the first argument, and you give it a list of things to insert. That's interesting. Unusual, eh? Key value. And then we want to respond with null. Oh no, it's because it's meant to be a list of pairs. There we go. What's the error message here? The expected type is a generic one, but we are instead returning a table. That's because we've made a mistake here. I should really abstract this set argument so I don't have to keep writing this set thing over again. I'm going to do that. It's not called table, it's called set. Cool. So there's a set. And I think we can do something pretty similar for get, right? Where we just need a key for the set, and we want to do something depending on whether or not the table has it or not. Table key, I presume. Oh, it expects to get a list. That's interesting. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not quite understanding the API of this this library. Oops, that's the wrong one. Because I'm pretty sure there's like a yeah, okay. So a bag, you can only have one instance per object. Duplicate bag, you can have many instances. A set has one key, one object. I'm not sure what that means. It can have many objects, but only one instance of each object per key. So what's the difference between that and a set? One key, one object. ETS is far too complicated. But anyway, I think we should be able to express this in this API, right? Like, so we should have the build. Oh, where's it gone? This fella. So this builder, where is carpenter? Here we go. So here we're saying it's a set, right? So in that case, we should know that there's only one. So the lookup function should always return one. So I think there's a little bit more refinement to do inside this library, but that's okay. So let's just say if there is a value, we do something. Otherwise, we do something else. So what is it? What does it want us to do in the instance that there is no value? If the key doesn't exist, we should return a null bulk string. So set is actually associated with array. Yeah, all the naming stuff in old Erlang is just not. It's not great. You know, a lot of the APIs have been. I feel a lot of them have been not so much designed, but they've been. They've just sort of naturally grown over time as a result of the requirements of Ericsson and you know the companies who you know used Erlang all through the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s, right? And I just think like you can get so much more value out of the beam by just like working how to make a nice layer on top of it, and that's a lot of why Elixir is really big. And I think there's also a lot of value for of Gleam there. So when Elixir wraps OTP, it generally is like quite a thin layer. So all the ETS libraries. All the ETS, this in-memory data structure, this in-memory mutable table, it's all the same APIs, which are really quite confusing. And I think we can use good API design and types and documentation stuff to just make something that works for like the three main access patterns you're ever going to have. And then if you want something really complicated, you can just go under that and use the Erlang one. But I'm sure there are not so many different kinds of access patterns for a key value store, right? Like, do you want high read concurrency, high write concurrency? Do you want to have duplicate values or not? So is it keys mapping onto lists, or is it keys mapping onto single values? Why do you even need why couldn't you just store a list? I don't know. It's all it could all be improved somewhat. But that's okay. We'll improve it later. So what do we want to do if there's I'm going to return a null. So I always want to return at the end, and I return null if there's nothing. Oh, this is just going to return. Oh, I've put these all in the wrong place. No wonder my everything looks wrong. So this case expression is going to return a response. So if there's that, we just return the value. Otherwise, we return null. And is that everything? What's the type mismatch here? Expected string oh! Gosh, that's such a strange... It's such a strange API. Like lookup doesn't return just one thing. Really? It returns the key as well. Why would you do? Is that because it's the same API that you would use if you're doing like range scans across an ordered set? That might make sense. Yeah, look at that. It just returns. So this seems redundant to me because surely this key value is always going to be the same as the one you've given in. So what is the reason for you wanting that? Okay, so, I guess that might be a limit. That might be what this one does. So what did they call it? They called it lookup. What's object? Object is a tuple. Okay, so it's cool. It does that because that's what the Erlang one does. Oh yeah, and it's because they're squishing multiple different types of Oh, okay, so it's like different types of equality. Gosh, that's just so... okay. But I mean, it doesn't even make sense to expose that difference in Gleam because Gleam is a statically typed language, and so like you couldn't be intermingling these these values of dynamic types, which may have a similar enough runtime representation for like the weak equality to coerce them into each other. Like, yeah, I don't know. We can do better. Still, very useful that we've got it, eh? Hello, welcome. Welcome. So this variable is never used. Oh yes, because I'm always encoding the null here, which is a bit silly, isn't it? Does that do the things? State is the wrong one. State, oh yes, because this is meant to be... There we go. Well, it compiles. I don't have any tests for the actual Redis part of it. All my tests are for encoding and decoding, and then I'm going to use the challenges test. So, I didn't like that comment. Let's get rid of that comment. I like the way that the sort of routing to the different commands looks now. Like that, I think that's quite cool. Quite easy to follow. So what should we call this? Set and get implementation. So I think this might fail because we're using the new Redis encoding of null when it suggests it states in the challenge that they want the historical definition of null that the Redis docs tell you not to use. Backwards compatibility. Oh, shouldn't it say okay instead of null? Oh, yes, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I think you probably are right. Let me read the one for set again. What does it say I'm meant to do? Set. Set should return okay and as a simple string encoding. That's interesting because I haven't implemented simple string encoding. I've only done the bulk. So we'll see what it does. So set returns not null. Oops, that's the wrong. Okay, there we go. So let's amend that. Commit. Just check everything still type checks. Nice. So set is meant to return that, and get is definitely meant to return just the thing. Okay. So we've not done this, and we've not used the simple one. So we'll see if the test runner cares that much. Oh, no, I was on the wrong thing. Okay, what I meant to say was we haven't encoded in that way. That's the bulk string format. We haven't encoded this null. This is the old null format. And we haven't encoded OK in the simple string format. So we've used the bulk string format. So let's see how strict the I think we're doing what the I'm assuming we're doing what the spec says you can do, but like the actual real implementation, so you don't. But I could be wrong there. I can only find a guy called oh, you can't find me if you search for Gleam language on Twitch. That's interesting because one of my tags is Gleam, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it wouldn't show up. Anyway, thank you for catching the error. Let's push it and see what the thing says. So this pushes it to the code crafters thing, the challenge thing, and they run a bunch of tests on it. See if my oh, I need to remember that I've got a module that has been imported. Okay. Did it work? Hey! Easy. It's been quite boring. Every time I've pushed, all the tests have passed. Like I want to not boring, but like, you want to move a challenge, eh? And if I go here, ooh, confetti. I really like this website. This is good fun. Maybe it's because it's the mobile app. Maybe. I mean, I guess that would make sense, eh? I wonder how expiry should work. Should we have a look? I did say this was the only thing I was going to do, and then I was going to stop, but I'm still having a bit of fun. We can at least read it and make our mind up. So. At this stage, you'll add support for setting a key with an expiry. Ooh. Oh, look, I'm like second place now. Oh, wow, this person's done everything. Oh, you can see the language. These are in Rust. Rust. Oh my gosh, they're all Rust. Rust, TypeScript. Elixir, nice. Nice. I'll be interested to look at the Elixir one and see how different that is to the Gleam. I'm slightly in the way. Let me stand here. Elixir, Rust, Go. Hey, Gleam, yeah. Damn, are we the only Gleam recent attempt? That's upsetting. Yeah, let's look at the let's go to set and get and look at what the Elixir one has done. I think that'd be really interesting. Oh no. Okay, so how do I view other people's ones then? Code examples. In Gleam. Okay, so everyone else is using processes rather than a table for this. I think it's really cool how many people have done it in Gleam though. Yeah, so they're using a process to store it. Okay, so everyone's using an actor. Okay, and they're using a different representation for simple to regular string. Yeah. Do I care that much? I'm not sure. Yeah, as the current Gleam ecosystem stands, actors are a way more approachable / easier to find documentation on than ETS. Yeah, for sure. Like having this Carpenter library has made it much easier. But even then, it's not successfully wrapping up all of the like incidental complexity of these like quite convoluted Erlang APIs. It'd be really worth it to sit down and try and work out what like a really precise API is. Precise, is that the word? Yeah, I think that's a good word. And maybe that could even be something we could get like a little bit of funding from the Erlang Ecosystem Foundation to make. I know that they I think they were open to, what was it? I think they gave a little bit of funding for a registry. Maybe they could do the same for ETS. Because ETS is just a really powerful tool. And it's a shame if you look at all these, they're all using actors. That's cool. It shows that, we've made the actor system sufficiently approachable. They're not using ETS, and ETS is arguably a better solution, or rather, it's a more. There's potentially less boilerplate. That's nice, but the real winner is that it's potentially faster because you can have concurrent access. While if you use an actor is inherently, a single-threaded thing, so you're introducing a bottleneck there. Oh no, am I going to make yet another package? Maybe. I mean, I hope if I just one of the main reasons I stream is that I just complain about things and then people solve them for me. I just tell people we need one of these, and then someone messages me the next day, like, "Oh, I did this thing," and it's like amazing, Isaac's amazing little timer thing. Although that was more Isaac telling me that I needed a timer rather than me saying I needed one. Gosh, there are so many people here. Nice. Okay, so every single person used a actor. Is that true? This is interesting. They're saying simple strings, but it can be non-Unicode. Am I supposed to support non-Unicode strings? Interesting. Maybe I've made an assumption that they have to be Unicode, but maybe they shouldn't be. I would love to be able to see. Okay. So what do the Elixir people do? Because that'd be interesting. Because they use the same, ETS bindings. In fact, their ones are actually the Erlang ones. But then they've got loads of documentation because Elixir's been around a while. So let's see what they do. Oh wow, an agent. Okay, interesting. Loop accepts. Oh gosh, their TCP handler is much. Oh wow, they're using Gen TCP directly. That's much lower level than what we're doing. That's interesting. I would have assumed they'd be using something like Thousand Island, which is the Elixir equivalent of Glisten, which is the TCP acceptor pool library that we're using here. That's really interesting. Much more lower level. It's a lot more code than we've got, actually. That's interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Very cool. I wonder if they're all like that. So this one is... Oh, this one actually built a supervisor. Nice. And... Wait, is this the same example? Where's the rest of the files? Ah, okay. This outline here is like for the person, and this is for the files. Yep, they've got an encoder like we have. Oh. Are they turning arbitrary input into atoms? I think that's quite dangerous, isn't it? You can crash the VM doing that. And here we go, the server. And there you go. So they're using an ETS table as well. Get keys, yes, look up. Yep, so this is the same thing we do. I'm like, I don't think that's strictly necessary. Although they're using a bag type here, so they can have duplicates, while we're using a set, I believe. It is interesting how different it looks. Even though Elixir and Gleam are sibling languages, like this code looks very different to what we've got for the Gleam ones, I think. I'm extremely biased, but I'm like, I think I like the way the Gleam one looks more. Ah, newsflash, Louis likes Gleam. Oh dear. Yeah, this is really cool. Really, really cool. Lots of agent usage. Yeah, okay. Zero bias. Yeah, I think I'm probably the best person. I'm the person who's best positioned to judge how good Gleam is. I think I've spent the longest. I spent the longest researching it. Right. Dang, I missed the Gleam implementation. Oh well, let's go look at it. You know, let's go look at everything that we've got so far. Let's close it. Right. So, Discord. Oh dear. How do we do that? Okay. I've got to reply really quickly. We got a really good bot, which is me copy and pasting things. There you go, Iris. Oh, like a ninja. Okay, yeah. So I need to work out how to make my bot do things. It has twice told people off for sharing links. No, 3 times, but the 3rd time was actually a spammer. So I'm like, oh, do I turn it off? Do I leave it on? I don't know really. How do I? So I'm using, what is it called? Nightbot. How do I get Nightbot to allow people I like to share links? I've never used Gleam before, says Armin in YouTube. And to be fair, it'd be great to see some content related to it. Oh, awesome. Well, I'm glad you're here. Super happy to show you stuff. So let's look at what we've got. If I do this, is it going to show build? I do it this way. So we've got source and tests. Let's just ignore test for now. We've got this entry point to this Redis module. What does it do? It starts by making. Let's actually make it a little bit neater. Let's try and split things apart. Let's split things into three parts, right? The sort of parsing of the protocol, the implementation of the protocol, and all the glue of, you know, setting up like applications, setting up the state, setting up the database, all that kind of stuff. I think you can permit user. Oh, amazing. Let me try and find the last person who got shouted at by the bot, and then we'll add permit and see if that works. Yes, the wonderful Isaac. Permit. Grants permission to post a link for 60 seconds. Isaac, you better post as many links as you can in 60 seconds, my friend. I thought it was going to be permanent. You need to make a Twitch bot in Gleam. Hey, that's what Dylan's been doing. Dylan's been making an all Gleam Twitch bot, which is pretty cool. He's been getting pretty far with it. He's doing much more than I am. I'm just sort of stumbling around. Although today we've made quite a lot of stuff, but we have been going for a long time. Okay, so let's split this out a little bit. Let's make a new commands. And commands. Get rid of this Redis thingy. And let's pop this in here as well. Oh dear, all these things that we're not using. Oh dear. We don't use Glisten. Oh no, we do use Glisten. Imported code action. Why isn't my code action to delete, to remove unused things not working? Have I broken something? Maybe I have. Oh, it's because there's a, it's because there is a type error here. Come on, no state. There we go. It does, but it's just got to be made public. Command. Is it command or commands? Commands. Hey, little boy, how's it going? Unknown. Doesn't have a handle ping value because I've made these all private. Oh, little boy. Do you want entertaining now? You do, don't you? Wow, I'm talking to the internets. I'm talking to some strangers on the internet. Oh, honey, where have you gone? There you are. Come here. Come here. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Come on, have a lie down here. Preferably not on the keyboard. Yeah, happy? He's got a little. You can just about see his little tail. Oh, what are you doing? Bye bye. Okay, have we got errors yet? Oh, honeys. Code action. Remove imports. Yeah. Oh, we didn't remove that one though. The language server's a little bit the language server's still a little bit not quite there. So don't need that. Don't need that? No, we do need that. Don't need that. Cool. Oh, darling. Good, so what do we do? Here's our program. It starts by honey, I'm trying to talk to them. I mean, it has been 4.5 hours. It's a pretty long time. He's so miserable. Oh dear. Oh, didn't. Okay. I'm gonna feed him a little bit more, and then we'll go over the application, and then I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So, give me 1 whole minute, folks. 1 whole minute. Where's my little timer gone? Here it is. Having a 2-minute break. Let's make it 1. Come on, little boy. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, I've gone 19 seconds over. I'm sorry, folks. I can find the channel only with Gleam programming and not Gleam language. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so if you search Gleam language, it doesn't come up. That would make sense. I suppose I don't have that in the... What can I see? Can I see the edit stream info in the Gleam language? Boom, there we go. So I've added a little bit. I've changed the info. Maybe it'll show up now. Shoot. Okay, cool. So, start an ETS table, a shared in an in-memory key value store, which all the TCP connection handling actors can read and write shared state to and from. There we go. Start the TCP acceptor to pull Um, each connection will get its own actor to what? Handle Redis requests. How do you stay productive with all of these projects you are doing related to Gleam? I tend to feel that some days are easier to stay productive than others. By the time I get back from work, I often don't feel like coding in my own projects. Well, completely, that's really legitimate. And you know, I'm lucky enough to say that this is my full-time job now, but it didn't used to be. For many years, I've been working on Gleam stuff pretty much when I've decided to quit my job to work on it. Or most of the time, just, you know, on lunch breaks and in evenings and, you know, whenever I've got a tiny bit of free time, which I know not everyone can do. I'm very lucky in that while I've got a very annoying, small, loud boy, luckily he's very charming. Isn't that right, newbie? Meow. You know, I don't have any, you know, I don't have children, I don't have dependents, that sort of thing. So I've got a lot more time to do these things. And I'm also, I've also just been lucky enough to have that energy. But I think a large part of it is that, like all these things, creativity and productivity in any particular area, it's a muscle. Not literally, but it's a muscle in that way that the more you do it and the more habitual it comes and more it becomes part of your routine, the easier it is for you to do those things. Which is rubbish advice, because it's just do it a lot and then it just slowly becomes part of everything you're doing. You know, I think if you want to be good at something, you need to do as little, not as little, you need to do a little as often as you can. Ideally have no day in which you do nothing, even if you just do like 10 minutes or something. Just try and make sure that every day pushes you a little bit further forwards. Because the thing that I think really kills any project or creative endeavor or learning or anything is just getting out of the habit of doing the little extra bit. And then suddenly you find that, oh, a week's gone by. Oh, 2 weeks gone by. I've not been to the gym in a month. You know, I've not practiced the guitar in 2 months, you know, that sort of thing. And that you know, that's where it really starts to hurt. So long as you can just keep doing little bits all the time. But it's really hard, you know, having a job, and especially if you're commuting, especially if you've got dependents, it really does take all the energy out of things. So I just wish more people had more free time. I'm tremendously lucky in that Gleam has now progressed so much that I don't have to work a job and also work this second job called Gleam. You know, I can just do this one, and it took a lot of years, but now I'm finally here, and I'm super grateful for that. I'm a big fan of comments. I think comments are really nice. They may seem obvious, but then maybe you come back to it in a year and you're like, oh. Maybe we just inline this logic here. I think that's nice. Oh, but I need to put in, I need to say it's a function, and it takes a message and a state and a con. There we go. And then we can get rid of this loop one. And then I introduce syntax errors because I'm a good programmer. Yeah, that'll do. I love your stream. We'll try Gleam later, surely. Oh, thank you so much. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Landfirst? Is that right? You've got a really nice voice. Thank you so much. It's living in the south of England. Oh, excellent. I'm really glad I got your name right. I think you're right. Once you stop doing the little bits, it becomes harder to pick up again. Yeah. So I don't know if this is true, but I read in an article that Roald Dahl, when asked, how do you write lots of books? He says, when it's going really well, stop and do something else. And what you shouldn't do is wait until you're stuck, keep going until you're tired, or keep going until you've got writer's block, or keep going until you're stuck on a really difficult problem and you don't know what to do. Oh, it's so frustrating. Don't stop then. Stop before you get to that point. So stop when you're like, oh, I really want to do more, but no, actually, I'm gonna go do something else. And the next day you go, oh, I can't wait. Excellent. I get to do some more work on my Redis thing now, or I get to do some more work on, whatever my pet project is. I'm going to make that website. I'm going to do, I'm going to do anything. I'm going to play the guitar. Because you were left with that happy, excited feeling, and you want to do some more of that. Like, awesome. Awesome. Keep that positive relationship. Now, that's not always easy. What are you doing, newbie? Oh, he's doing the little, he's purring and he's doing the little kneading thing. Have you seen cats do that? They just have a fluffy blanket and they just sort of do this for a while. It's very cute. Do you have any Discord? Yeah, we've got a Discord. Let me go over to the website. So Gleam.run, here's our website. And then we go to community. And then let me just copy this link. And let me post this in. I haven't set up any bots in YouTube yet, I'm afraid. I'm not sure how to do that. I've got one in Twitch, but it doesn't know how to do the thing you asked for, so. So yeah, leaving off on a good note has tremendous power. Yeah, I agree. And I will post Discord in Twitch as well. This won't work for everyone. But for me, separating motivation and discipline as a reason to do something really helped me push on things I wanted to do, but struggled to begin. Yeah, totally. And I'm in a weird place where I sort of muscled through getting into this really good habit with working on Gleam. And now Gleam is so easy for me to do. It's so easy for me to work on this project that I've been working on for 6, 7, 8, some horrible number of years, that I really struggle to do the other projects. I've got a little tin whistle here, which you will never hear me play, but I really want to play some little some traditional Irish music on it, and it's meant to be quite easy to learn, but I'm not making much progress because I don't find the getting into that rhythm. Getting that flow into your life is really hard. I'll get there eventually. I hope so. Oh, excuse me. So wait. So you guys wrote Discord? What? No. What? Where did you get that from? I wrote Gleam. Gleam is a language that runs on the Erlang virtual machine. And Discord is largely written in a language called Elixir, and Elixir is a sibling language of Gleam. Oh, meant Gleam, yes. Yes, I'm the Gleam person. Somebody over in YouTube is realizing who I am. Hello, I'm the Gleam person. That's funny. That's a nice reaction. Thank you. I'm glad. I'm just some guy, Is your stream? Is it just me, or does your stream occasionally skip frames and hangs? The YouTube stream on my end sometimes reasonably starts freezing. Oh, is that happening for anybody else? I don't know if that's I don't know if there's a problem in my end. Does anyone see anything? We got one person saying it's okay. Anyone else? I've been reloading the page for 5 times. Happens for me as well. I've been noticing with YouTube in general. Oh dear, that sucks. What about over in Oh yeah, if I look at the YouTube page, number of people, there's one bit where it just goes down to 0 and go back up again. I wonder if something went wrong. What's going over in Twitch? Does everyone say that it's the Snow Parrot says it's okay in Twitch. I'm a TV says solid. Okay, maybe it might be that YouTube is a bit less forgiving, perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't know anything about streaming. People told me to do it, so I just started doing it. I'm like really slowly stumbling through it. There's a lot to learn. It's quite fun though. Houdini wants Python. What does that mean? Houdini. Who's Houdini? Why do you want Python? Also, consider linking your Twitch in the description. That's a good idea. I should do that. Rewrite YouTube in Gleam. Clearly the answer. Wow. I mean, Twitch is written in Elixir. So, is it? Wait, am I thinking of... No, sorry, I'm chatting nonsense. No, I'm lying to you. Discord is written in Elixir, not Twitch. Please discard everything I just said. Discord is written in Elixir. Usually I have some problem on Twitch. Never had this kind of problem on YouTube. Interesting. It's possible that I'm doing something wrong, but I couldn't tell you what that thing is. I just want to hang out with cool peeps and write a bit of code and not worry about things like video encoding. Video coding is not very exciting, eh? Twitch is mostly Go. That would make sense. YouTube is Python. Crikey. Theo did Elixir at Twitch. Ah, that's cool. I shouldn't eat on stream. It's really rude. Sorry about that. Do you have any recommendations for someone who's learning about writing compilers? Maybe. Do you mean... It depends what kind of recommendations you're after. Do you want recommendations about... I don't know, like it could be like there's so many different bits to compilers. Like what sort of things? There's no way YouTube is written in Python. I'm sure that all of the data-y stuff is written in C++. I'm very confident of that. But so Google uses C++, Go, Java, and Python, right? Isn't that pretty much exclusively what they use? So I can imagine there being a bunch of like UI and like background processing stuff written in Python, like transcoding pipeline, for example. Twitch uses Elixir, Go, and TypeScript. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know they use Elixir. That's interesting. I think I did remember someone like Theo saying about Elixir, but I kind of assumed it was like a very small amount, but it was mostly Go. I'm not Oh, I've just noticed I've got this activity feed and loads of people have followed me. Thank you so much, everybody. I should probably say something when you follow me. Oh, here's a question. Twitch folks, when someone follows me, does it come up with a thing being like such and such as followed? Because I think I tried to turn that on and I don't know if I successfully did it or not. And then I forgot to like finish it, so I'm not entirely sure if it worked. Discord is a mix of Elixir and Rust. Yes, that sounds about right. Elixir? No. Discord have put out some really lovely articles about scaling Elixir, which have been really fun. Discord Elixir at scale. This post is really nice. It talks about some really cool tricks. What's manifold? Manifold is... Who knows? Discord is a distributed system achieved through consistent hashing. That's cool. That's a really nice technique. Oh. Oh gosh, I'm very sorry, folks. Oh dear. So they're talking about using ETS, and that's the thing that I just used inside my my solution for the implementing Redis. And they're talking about once they got to this massive scale, it became quite difficult. So they do some really clever things with. Oh, how do you explain it? They do some really clever. Things where these long-lived pieces of data, they will. it's going to sound like such a hack, because it is such a hack. They compile it into a module, and then they load it into the code loading system of the virtual machine, and then they just like read it as if it's code. Well, because it literally is code. So that's really clever. Since this was written, a new system has been introduced called persistent term, and maybe persistent term would be more suited for what they're doing here. Depends how often they update it. How often do they update it? Does it say? Not that I can see. How's the state of the language server for Gleam? Thought about giving it a spin using Neovim. It's pretty new. It's the most immature part of the language and the language tooling. However, for a V1, well, gosh, sorry, I keep hiccuping. For a V1.1 language, it's really good. Like, it's fantastic. Maybe drink some water. Maybe that'll help. So for a V1.1 language, it's really good. For a language where the V1 came out less than 2 months ago, it's fantastic. However, it's still a language server for a language that was released less than 2 months ago. So it's missing a bunch of stuff, but it's quite impressive how fast it's improving. So and the goal is completely to have a world-class language server. And we've already reached the point where people from some ecosystems are saying, wow, I like how reliable the Gleam language server is. Like, oh gosh, cool. So we're already doing better than some languages that have been around for a lot longer. I'm not going to name any names because that would be rude. I'm not sure I can get away with being rude. Oh, hey, you switched over from YouTube to Twitch. Good to have you here. I feel like Gleam will be adopted more as time goes on because companies that use Elixir and Erlang will probably enjoy using a type-safe alternative. Yeah, maybe. I think that could be cool. So I think there's actually... there's been less... there's been fewer people coming from Elixir than I may have originally thought there might have been. There's actually been more people than I've been expecting to be coming over from Go. And when you think about that, I think that makes a lot of sense. Because I think people who are drawn to Elixir, which is like a relatively large language, it has a lot of meta-programming stuff. It can do lots of like really clever things. And it doesn't give you help in the way that Gleam does with its like static analysis and type system and those sort of things. On the flip side, like if you think about Go is like a very simple language that's designed to be very easy to learn. And I feel that the community around it has this really admirable get stuff done kind of attitude. And I think there's a lot of people who, as a result, are using Go, not because they particularly love the language of Go, but because they love what they can do with Go. They love that they can use it to get things done really quickly. They like that it's fast. They like that it's easy to distribute. They like that it's easy to learn. They like that it's easy to have a team make good stuff with it. And I think those values are very close to the values of Gleam. So I think there's going to be a lot of people who look at Gleam and go, wow, that's got a lot of the things that I would like in Go. Oh, but it's this functional language and it does these things that are interesting to me. So I think there's going to be a lot of like functional fan Go people and maybe functional curious Go people who come over. Or rather, that's been a bit of a pattern that surprised me. But when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. I use Go and got attracted to Gleam because I wanted to try a functional language that's also pretty simple. Well, exactly, yeah, exactly. This is the same thing. So I think there's a lot of in the song of Go and Gleam, there's a lot of shared notes. More so than you might think from just looking at the language. It's like, oh, it's an immutable functional language. Oh, it's a very imperative procedural language. Like, oh, actually, if you ignore those things, there's a lot of overlap. Does Fly use Gleam? Not as far as I'm aware. I believe they use a lot of Go for their infrastructure stuff and some Rust. for some of the high performance stuff, and then all of the UI is done in Elixir, I think. But they're just tremendously supportive. Yeah, really, Fly have been fantastic. They're the #1 sponsor for Gleam, and they're realistically they're the reason why we've been able to get to V1 as quickly as we have done, and also why I was able to afford to go full time on Gleam. So Fly are awesome. They're super cool people. Oh, wrong one. Let's just like scroll down a little bit. There we go. Fly are really good. Wait, this way. Ta-da! It would have been so much better if I'd like turned the right way. Let's try again. Fly are really good. Ta-da! Good stuff. But yeah, they are the largest sponsor. In answer to the query, they're really cool. They sponsor loads of cool projects. The Fly blog posts are amazing about anything. They're just very good at what they do. And we host the packages index on Fly as well. I actually used Gleam during my interview at Fly. What? That's amazing. How on earth did that happen? Like, what? You completely dumbfounded me with that. I'm really stunned. Oh, and I'm also very tired. I'm gonna have to stop soon, folks. I've been going for nearly 5 hours, which is a long time to do anything. With 3 2-minute breaks. I think I'm self-employed, and I think I may be committing some kind of labour law violation. Not doing enough regular breaks. What does this button do? I've just got a button's just started glowing. I don't know what it does. Ooh, hello. Show mod icons. I don't know what these things are. Very exciting. They get you to build an app twice. Once in JavaScript and once in any other language. Then write a post about it. I chose Gleam just to suck up to them. Paul, you're my kind of guy. That's brilliant. Well, I hope they liked it. Where did you learn about writing compilers? I struggled, frankly. It's really hard finding good information about writing compilers. Do I have any good books immediately to hand? No. I thought I bought Designing I thought I bought 2 good compiler books, but I can't see them now. No, maybe I bought them digitally. Okay, so I'm sure I've got at least 1 good compiler book here. I'm sure I've got a few bad ones, but like let's not think about that too much. If you want to learn about type systems and you want to be depressed about how hard it is, you should get this. It made me feel very depressed. It's a very good book, but I don't have a maths. I don't have a mathematics background, so it was very hard to approach, and especially the first few chapters are super mathsy. So I would say skip the first few chapters. And then it starts talking more about type systems. But even then, it's really hard. Really difficult read. I never got very far through it. I wouldn't say I'm a particularly good type implementation person either, to be honest. Like not type theory. Where is it? Ah, here we go. This book's really fun. Understanding Computation by Tom Stewart. I wanted to check his name because last time I got it wrong and I was very embarrassed. It's really good. It's a bit more... It's not really about making compilers. It's a bit more about computation. So it's a bit more abstract, but it's a really nice way to sort of start thinking about how languages might work. And it's a lot about interpretation, but not in a not in a way of like making an efficient interpreter, but more about interpretation from more sort of like a logical, theoretical point of view. It's really, really good, fun book. So I recommend that one near the start. And then another really good book is Compiling to Assembly from Scratch. This is really good. I really recommend it. I love the cover. So there's the famous Dragon book compilers, which has a cover that looks like this. That's a tiny picture. These pictures are minute. What's going on here? Come on, give me a big one. Okay, well you get the idea. There's a dragon, and the dragon represents the challenge that you have to vanquish of compiler implementation, and it's a difficult read. But this one's just so much sweeter. Like, you know, like you're playing with the dragon. It's so much sweeter. Oh, oh dear, a message has been deleted. Stop spamming emotes. Oh, Nightbot, you are far too aggressive. I'm very sorry for Nightbot telling you to stop spamming that. I'm gonna have to try and work out how to turn it down a little bit. So I wonder if the LLVM logo is a reference to the Dragon book. I'm not sure. So this is a really good book. I really recommend it. Really fun, really accessible, and the one that everybody loves is oh dear, what's it called? Designing Interpreters. Is that what it's called? Crafting Interpreters. That's what it's called. Yes. So this is the other book, and this is the one that everybody loves. And this one has the last one goes to assembly, and this one's about building a. I think it has two interpreters. One is a tree walker, and one of them is a one of them's a bytecode VM. So they're all really good. I really recommend them. But all the big, you know, structure interpretation of computer programs and the types and programming languages, and it's just they're just too hard, too hard for me. But I don't have a maths background, so I really struggle with that stuff a lot. You completed the tree walker. Awesome. That's really cool to hear. Let me put my book back. Oh, see it? I can't quite reach it. There we go. Yeah, I don't know as much good material making compilers as I'd like to, but you know, making things is always the way to go. Make as much stuff as possible. The best way to learn is to do. Did you mention writing an interpreter / compiler in Go? I've not. Is that a different one? Because this doesn't this use Go? I think this might use Go. I might be making this up. So what is it? Writing an interpreter in Go. Oh. No, I've not read this one. I don't think. Oh, Monkey. I know Monkey. I know that language. Or maybe I have read this one. I don't remember reading it. Oh, this sounds familiar though. AST and Pratt parsing and stuff. So I find often a problem with a lot of compiler books is that they spend a lot of time focusing on parsing. And I think parsing is like kind of the least interesting part. It's kind of the least interesting part of the whole thing. And especially like older books, they seem to spend a lot of time talking about like different kinds of parsing. And I don't think it matters that much, frankly. Like, I think it's much easier to read some existing parsers and see what they're doing and copy that into your language than it is about. Then you can. Sorry, it's much easier to do it. It's much easier to copy parsers than it is to copy, you know, code generation and optimization and static analysis and that sort of thing. And I think the thing that kind of gets glossed over in a lot of books about parsing is that it's not really. Oh my gosh, what just happened there? permit. Who was it? There we go. How do I untime someone out? Untime, I don't know. Apparently there were 13 messages that were deleted. I'm not sure what they were. Sorry about that. I have no idea. Have a nice one, folks. Oh, thank you very much. Do you think... where was the message? Do you consider any type of maths necessary for functional programming? No, none at all. I don't think you need any math. I think it could be fun to read about some like the sort of the duality between functional programming and logic, but it's not in any way needed. And I think if anything, it would just distract you from learning programming, to be honest. If you enjoy maths, read around that stuff. I don't think it will make you better at writing code, to be honest. Not unless you want to work in an environment that heavily leans into mathematical abstractions, but I think they're very few and far between. I think there's a very vocal functional programming minority who take up a lot of airspace, and these sort of like type astronauts who talk about category theory an awful lot. And I just don't believe that's what the majority of functional programming is. I mean, functional programming is done in all languages these days. You look at JavaScript, it's super common for everything. Look at modern JavaScript. Everyone's using filter and map, and you've got arrow functions everywhere, and you've got Redux and all these patterns that are all based around functional state updating, and none of that has anything to do with category theory whatsoever. That's fine. Like you just don't need it. It can be fun though. It feels clever, which in my opinion tends to be fun, but the sign you're making a mistake. You shouldn't feel clever when you're making something, because if you're not feeling as clever as you were when you made the thing, you can't use it. Or when there's a bug, because it's always harder to fix a bug than it is to make the thing. Well, now if you were this clever, you now need to be this clever to fix it. So I'm very anti being clever. You should feel satisfied with like, oh wow, look how straightforward that is. Nice, we've managed to make this simpler. Awesome. I guess it depends what you want to do. Like, I've spent a lot of time, I'm a professional programmer. I maintain systems. I don't want to have a stressful time trying to fix bugs. I just want to have a reliable system where we can just add things to it and oh well, a bit more boilerplate. It's not as generic and abstract and elegant as it could be. Yeah, but I can just add another branch to this case expression and then just shoot off in a different direction and do something else with a different data structure. Awesome. Make it as easy as possible. Yeah, this is good stuff, this library. Could do a bit more refinement, but that's fine. Did we? Oh, my timer. Very good. So, I've added a few comments here. So let's do those. Let's check that our tests will pass. I should probably write some tests for the handlers. I'm not going to. Sorry. Oh dear. Split out commands module. Not really sure if I needed to do that, to be honest. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I'm getting tired. It's been in 20 seconds, in 19 seconds, in 18 seconds. It would have been 5 hours. That's a long time. So I think I'm gonna, assuming my test pass. Oh no, my test failed. Got bulk screen. Expected null bulk screen. Got bulk screen. That's interesting. It passed last time. It did pass last time. It didn't this time. Isn't that interesting? So what are we doing? Get mango. Oh, sorry. I see why this is failing, because this is the tests for expiry, and we haven't done expiry yet. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, oh no, get and set are broken. No. This is the next step, which we're not doing. Got it. Next stage. What did you do before working in Gleam? How did you end up getting to the point where you thought, I'm going to make my own programming language? So I've done things concurrently with Gleam because it takes a long time to make a language. I've done lots of jobs. My last job was I worked at a startup doing Python, oddly, which did sort of like legal document, semi-automated legal document analysis, which was quite an interesting startup. Surprisingly not an AI startup. Before that, I worked for a video game company called Embark Studios, making a video game engine in Rust. Prior to that, I worked for a big dating site called FetLife. Prior to that, I consulted for one of the major banks here in the UK. And I did like infrastructure automation testing. I made a big Go program really that just that inspected our Kubernetes clusters and stuff and injected faults, and then checked the monitoring systems to see everything would like flush through and we would get the notifications we expect to do. Yeah, I've done all sorts. I've worked at video transcoding startups. Worked at a music hardware startup. I've done all sorts of things really. But yeah, it's always just been a thing that I've just been interested in. I'm very interested in languages, and let's show that slide again, because I talked about this in my talk at FOSDEM. Come on, Gleam FOSDEM. Here we go. Oh, look, it's even the picture. That's great. So I was talking about I started because I wanted to write a conference talk. Go on, show the picture of me doing the conference. There we go. Look at me, the wee little babby. All those years ago. And then after I did the conference talk, I sort of put the project aside. The conference talk was about making compilers. And then I finished the compiler. And then I had this long gap. And during this time, it just kept bubbling away at the back of my head. Okay, so what could this actually be useful? Like, what is there a reason to make a language? And I was writing all these other languages, which you can see on this next slide. Here we go. And I kept having this frustration. Oh, look. There's another Gleam one here. Oh, it's me again. Oh, look, it says I'm live. Look. Oh, it's me again. Gosh, there's a lot of me here. Let's do that. There we go. And I kept finding that when I was writing Alpaca, I was missing things from OCaml, writing JavaScript, I was missing things from Go. And so I wanted to see if I could design a language that unified all those pieces and see if it was valuable. And so I just worked on that for a long time. And then, over time, it just became clear that, hey, there's actually, there's something really good here, and more people start to get involved, and yeah, it really took off, and it's really wonderful that to have something that you've worked on really hard and that you think is valuable to also resonate with other people as well. So that's been fantastic. How's the stream going? Yeah, good. I'm going to finish. I said I was going to finish 4 minutes ago, and then I got talking about nothing. The K8 thing sounds like Chaos Monkey from Netflix. It wasn't like that. It wasn't so random. I mean, it was much more about large financial institutions are very much, risk. Everything is about risk, and to be certified for the most how would you describe it? These are the most serious security certifications one can get. These are so important. These are your national government saying you are the 5th largest financial organization in the country. If you were to collapse, the country would be in great peril. If you mess up really dramatically, everything's gone horribly wrong. So there's so much control. There's so much control over how everything should be done. And there's all these guardrails, this must work this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. And we had documents of, describing in detail how every piece of infrastructure should respond to different things. That's making it sound more sophisticated than it is. It's like they're quite they're very restrictive, and it's very crude isn't the right word, but it isn't things like, when load increases this much, that you should fan out. It's nothing sophisticated. It's all very legally in compliancy. And so you take these hard lines and then you make guardrails around them. So like you come up with still very brutish, perhaps, lines which mustn't be crossed that come before those lines where everything has gone horribly wrong. And then traditionally this would be teams of like hundreds and hundreds of people manually testing it, like this, these huge QA departments going through testing everything. And as we were our whole project was about moving these banks, these large technological organizations, into a more modern era. And so we're trying to automate everything, and loads of work had been done automating the environments, but much less had been done automating the verification of that. So we were trying to prove out this idea of testing it, of doing an automated part of testing it, which maybe that wouldn't be enough to convince the organization that these environments are ready to use, but we could do it internally. So we could, rather before we hit our QA thing, we're spinning these things up at a rate that has never been seen before inside these organizations. So if we can test them at a rate that we've never seen them before, like that enables us to move even faster. And we were moving very fast for this financial organization, but for like any other tech company, the pace is slow. The caution that is required at every level is huge, absolutely wild. It's nothing like a normal tech job. Really fun though. When they moved the infra from one of their daughter banks to their own infra, people couldn't pay by card or had double transactions or no access to their bank account for days or more. Ouch. That's awful. I'm very happy to say that Nationwide Building Society, who I worked for, have, as far as I tell, never had any problems like that. They're really good. If you any UK folks, I recommend Nationwide Building Society. It's also nice. It's also nice to have a large bank. They're not technically a bank, but they're a bank from everyone's practical point of view. That isn't a for-profit corporation. They're a cooperative, which is they're not a cooperative. They're a building society, which is different. Cooperatives are owned by the employees. Building societies are owned by the customers. So they're a really cool organization. I'm a big fan of them. Raid Melky. Oh yes, we should raid someone. That's what we're doing. Before I got distracted, let's do that. Let's look at let's look at things. Have you ever played with any Lisp? Had any thoughts on it? I've done a bunch of Clojure way back. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I've done it. I haven't done it in so long. I don't have that much of an opinion on it anymore, and I don't really. Good, it's muted. It's not really my style of programming anymore. This like very dynamic way of doing things. Ooh, I can't remember who this person is. Should we have a look? Lisp flavored Erlang. Lisp flavored Erlang is very cool. Yeah, we raided them the other day. Okay. So let's not always raid the same people. Let's see. So let's check out the software development section. TwitchCon. I'm not going to TwitchCon. That would involve leaving the house. So Golang, Go routines, Go school. That sounds cool. That sounds very cool. If you're after my YouTube, I haven't set the bot up to say it. But my handle on YouTube is LPIL, which I can give you. I like the Melky suggestion. Should we do Melky? What do we think, folks? Thumbs up, thumbs down. I think we've got to do it. I'm going to do it.
Okay, yeah, so these could be running in...
There we go, mute. How do I grab the name? There we go. Melky is nice. Great. Love the endorsement. Let's do it. Raid Melky Boom. Oh, thank you so much for coming, everyone. Where? Oh, I'm doing this in a different UI to the one I normally do. And where's the little raid pop-up toggle thing going? I can't see it. Oh, I'm very confused. Maybe I need to make this window bigger. Can I see it then? What's going on? How do I kick off the raid, folks? Because previously it came up with a little pop-up, but it's not here today. It's running. Is it working? I can just wait. Well, yeah, okay. I normally have a button to launch it, but I don't seem to have it today. Is it working? Is it working, I wonder? Maybe you already clicked it. I'm going to do it again. Raid. You already have a raid in progress. Where is it then? It's not showing up. Does it just... Yay! All right, thanks, guys. See you, folks. Bye-bye. Where's my YouTube stop button?